in the city of energy. So if we can have one house, we are going to get started here this morning. Hey, Yolanda, I see some familiar faces in the room. Hi, Yolanda. It's good to see you in person finally. Okay, so my name is Emeldine King Joya. I'm going to be your host for today. And with me, I know we have many guests from Africa who are French speaking. Show of hands, how many of you are from the motherland? French speaking? Yay! So in honor of that, we have a co-MC who is French speaking.
Merci Miss King. Merci tout le monde, distingués invités. Merci d'être venus. On vous souhaite la bienvenue au CABEF Beyond Borders. Et je suis avec ma co-host.
Absolutely. I love his outfit, right? I'm like, we're matching, aren't we?
We're matching.
Right?
I love hers. Thank you.
I did
Thank
not
you,
get
everyone.
the memo. Maybe I would have worn something very beautiful African to match you. But I see what you did. We're going to be fine.
Looks African. Come from Africa too, just like many things, right?
Okay. All righty. So let's get started. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of this organization, CABEF, and the organizers, it is my distinct honor and heartfelt pleasure to welcome you to the 5th edition of the Central Africa Business Energy Forum. And I said the 5th, so you know the organizers have done well in the past, and we're going to share that information with you. And what a momentous edition this is, right? Since its inception, CABEF has crossed continents, bringing Africa's energy and Africa's conversation beyond borders right here in the dynamic, globally influential city of Houston, Texas. Right?
Merci. Comme l'a dit Miss King, bienvenue au CABEF, pour la 5e édition de CABEF. Il y en a eu 4 en Afrique. Cette fois-ci, on l'appelle CABEF Beyond Borders, au-delà des frontières. Parce qu'on essaye de faire plusieurs autres éditions. Donc, il y a plus de surprises qui vont arriver. Et surtout, il y en a eu au Cameroun, en RDC, au Tchad, au Gabon. Et puis, il y en aura un autre dans un pays de la Centrafrique dans quelques mois.
Exactly. So since its inception, CABEF has had an event in Congo, Brazzaville, in Cameroon, in Chad, and just recently in Gabon. So we're looking forward to some partnerships, networking happening around here, and hopefully one day see you in the motherland, the continent of Africa. Wouldn't that be good? How many of you would love to go? Show of hands, how many of you have been to Africa? There you go. Give yourselves a round of applause. So you're going to hear me say the motherland because for me, Africa is the motherland. America is my home, but Africa is the motherland. And we want to extend a very special acknowledgement and expression of gratitude to the city of Houston for co-organizing this landmark event with us. And we want to particularly salute the Mayor Pro Tem and the city's leadership for recognizing the role that Africa plays in the global energy future and for helping CABEF shape this bridge between continents, visions, and opportunities.
On aimerait remercier la ville de Houston pour honorer cette toute première édition de CABEF Beyond Borders pour la cité de Houston ainsi que à tous les distingués invités.
So this year's theme, Unlocking Africa, that's a powerful term, Unlocking Africa, a new era for energy and opportunities. It is not just a slogan, it is a call to action, a call to awaken to Africa's potential, a call to open chapters of collaboration, innovation, and investment, and a call to break down barriers, geographical, political, and institutional, so we can usher in an era of shared prosperity powered by energy.
Nous sommes ici réunis pour explorer ensemble les solutions concrètes, durables et exclusives aux défis énergétiques de nos régions. Ce forum va marquer une étape importante dans, dans le renforcement de nos liens autour des objectifs communs, bâtir un avenir énergétique plus vert, plus accessible et plus équitable.
Absolutely. So Africa, with its vast resources, from solar to hydro, from wind to oil and gas, is uniquely positioned to power the future and contribute meaningfully to the global energy transition that we're all talking about. Yet, we must confront a pressing reality. Over 600 million people in sub-Saharan Africa are still without access to reliable electricity. And this is not just a statistic, it is a call to conscience. Energy poverty is one of the greatest development challenges of our time. But we believe it can be eradicated. And yes, Africa can be energy independent by 2030.
Donc, on aimerait que ça soit un forum qui serait pour réunir beaucoup de discussions cette année avec plusieurs autres partenaires. Donc, tirons profit de ce forum.
Absolutely. And to achieve that, Mr. Igre, we're going to need more than ambition. And that's why you're here. We need partnerships, strategic, cross-sector, and cross-border partnerships. That is the power of CABEF, Central Africa Business Energy Forum, to bring together governments, investors, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and innovators to form the alliances that will go to light up villages, power industries, and transform lives.
Donc aujourd'hui, ici, on a des partenaires, on a des investisseurs, on a des producteurs. Donc on est là pour du networking, on est là pour unlocking African energy.
Our conversation today must align with a global, larger agenda, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 7, affordable and clean energy for all. But energy is also a catalyst, not just for these goals, but for education, for health, for gender equality, something I'm passionate about. And it's an honor to see that the chairwoman of CABEF is a woman. Can we please give her a round of applause? But also for economic growth and the much talked about climate change. What we do here today is not just a matter for Africa, it means a lot to the world. So I want to thank all of you for being here today. It shows your commitment to empower a planet that's going to be sustainable for all of us.
Merci beaucoup d'être là. On parle beaucoup de changement climatique, mais on veut aussi parler de changement de mentalité, de changement d'investissement et parmi tant d'autres.
So we're going to begin this day with a lot of dialogue. You're going to hear a lot throughout the day. We have 5 incredible panels for you. We also have some keynote speeches. We have dignitaries that are going to come in remotely to share some statistics and information with you. And I know it's going to be an incredible day. So are you all ready? Are you ready? That sounded so weak. Wake up. Did you drink your coffee? Right? So we're going to have a good time with you.
On va avoir 5 panels au total aujourd'hui, donc restez avec nous. Chaque panel serait plus intéressant que l'autre, donc ça sera une journée très chargée, une journée très enrichissante.
And so to get us started this morning, since we are in the land of opportunity, a land that is home to all of us, we want to kick off today with our national anthem. If you guys could please stand, we would appreciate it.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flights O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Awesome. And now we celebrate the soul of Africa through rhythm, dance, and heritage with a traditional African drum ensemble and cultural showcase. Let the beat of the motherland echo through this hall.
So,
Can you stay here and help her?
yeah. So the guy is bringing another one. But in case it doesn't come, I want to improvise it. Yeah.
But she cannot hold it.
No, she's not going to hold it. We're going to just put it there. So we can adjust that thing. Just to the height. So you don't need to touch it. I'll just adjust to the height where you can speak. Let me see.
No, for me it's okay, but she's taller than me.
I'll adjust it.
Yeah. For me.
I'll just put it for you. Then you cut on the side.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank
Hello.
you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll now go into an intro video for CABEF. Please watch.
I hear the chants of the tribes. It's the spirit of culture. Only here I feel this magic vibes.
This is a journey to the roots. Welcome to Africa.
Welcome to Africa.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're now going to go into our first keynote for the day to kick it off. And it is now my honor to welcome a woman whose leadership reflects Houston's global presence in the world. Yes, give her a round of applause.
Et applaudissez.
She has championed innovation and diversity and international cooperation. She is no stranger to the motherland, Africa. Please help me welcome the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Houston, Honorable Martha Castex Tatum, as she shares her vision and reflections on Houston as a global energy hub, bridging opportunities for Africa.
Y'all see how they had to raise this up for me? Good morning. I am Martha Castex Tatum, the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Houston, and so excited to see you here. It is my distinct honor to join you this morning as you are opening the CABEF Beyond Borders 2025. On behalf of Mayor John Whitmire, all of my colleagues on Houston City Council, and the people of Houston, the most diverse city in the United States, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our distinguished ministers, global energy leaders, and visionary partners from across Africa and around the world. The theme of the gathering today, Unlocking Africa, a new era of energy and opportunities, speaks volumes about what this moment demands. We are not here to simply talk. We are here to connect, to collaborate, and to catalyze. And there is no better place for that than in Houston, the global capital of energy and innovation. I had the privilege of attending CABEF in Douala, Cameroon in September of 2022. I do need to thank Raoul Keedy because it was by his invitation that I actually attended, and I had an opportunity to meet Natalie. And I will tell you, that experience left a lasting impression on me. The energy, the commitment, and the vision shared there inspired new thinking and a deeper global collaboration. When we talk about eradicating energy poverty by 2030, and you have an opportunity to see real energy poverty, it changes you, especially when you live in the energy capital of the world. Today's agenda dives into some of the most critical questions and opportunities of our time. How can we harness the power of Africa's current exploration activities and upcoming licensing rounds to drive growth and resilience? What are the most effective strategies to attract foreign direct investment into African energy sector? And how do we align capital and community needs? From our vantage point here in the United States, we see extraordinary untapped potential across Africa, alongside a growing appetite for cross-border energy partnerships that are rooted in equity and mutual prosperity. We must explore how regulatory reforms and fiscal incentives can accelerate progress while protecting our natural resources. And we will learn from frontier exploration success stories in West Africa, examples that illuminate what is possible when policy, innovation, and investment work hand in hand. As we look ahead, U.S. investments in Africa's energy future, from hydrocarbons to renewals, will be the key to unlocking sustainable growth, technological advancement, and energy access for us all. Houston is proud to be the bridge where bold ideas meet global impact. As we begin this important dialogue today, may we forge new partnerships, elevate shared solutions, and leave this convening with a renewed sense of purpose. The future of energy is not just about power. It's about people, progress, and possibility. Thank you all once again, and of course, welcome to Houston.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maire. Veuillez applaudir une fois de plus, please.
Yeah, my mic, that always has to happen to the MC. Can you please give Ms. Martha a round of applause? And now, to remind us all of why we are here and how far CABEF has come, please help me welcome the visionary leader behind this movement. She continues to champion Africa's energy narrative beyond borders. So help me welcome the chairwoman of CABEF, Ms. Natalie Lum.
Wow. Can I say I'm just lost for words? Yes, you can. It is so glad to be here today. Thank you, Mrs. MC, the only woman king with the name King. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to the very first edition of CABEF Beyond Border here in Houston, the energy capital of the world. Can we clap for that? It has a very big significance for me, as I went to school in this same city, and today I'm talking about one of the pressing part of what Africa needs, which is energy. So I will, first of all, would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our co-organizer, the City of Houston, through Mayor Pro Tem Martha Katex. To the African Producer Organization, through his Secretary General, Dr. Umar Farouk, for his and his organization constant support for CABEF and our initiative. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Minister of Hydrocarbon of Mines of Chad and the Minister of Hydrocarbon of Congo. Unfortunately, they're not here with us because of unforeseen events, but we want to thank them for always being a good institutions that are partnering with CABEF. We also want to extend our gratitude here to the president of the CAB's Funding and Strategic Partnership, Mr. Honorable Mr. Gabriel Obiang. Thank you for being at the very beginning, the initiative of CABEF and the project CABS. He will talk more about the project we're working on. I cannot talk about it now. So, recently, I came across a video on TikTok. TikTok? Yes, TikTok. There was a billionaire entrepreneur, and he was asked a question: what industry should people look into? Do you know what he said? Africa. He said, Africa is the industry. What does that mean, Africa, the industry that people should look into? The data speaks for itself. Africa is home to the world's youngest and fastest growing population, about 1.3 billion people, and is projected to be 2.5 billion in 2050. The continent has 30% of the world's mineral reserves, 8% of the global natural gas, and 12% of oil reserves. The African continent has a market that is 1.3 billion consumers and a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion. So, ladies and gentlemen here, those that want to do business, Africa is the new frontier. But yet, despite this enormous potential, Africa has a significant challenges. 600 million people lack electricity. 900 still rely on traditional biomass for cooking. And we all know the devastating health environment consequences of this. Energy poverty is a reality in Africa, and we need to address it. This is where CABEF comes in. We are positioning ourselves as the platform to bridge this gap, unlocking Africa's potential as the new frontier. Our mission is in twofold: addressing energy poverty, access to cleaner energy, clean cooking, while simultaneously creating opportunity and sustainable development and prosperity around the continent. My MC stated where we came from. This journey started in Congo, where we facilitated unprecedented collaboration among special ministers who had never worked together, through the leadership of His Excellency Gabriel Obiang. Can we have a clap of applause for that? This historic meeting birthed CAB's project, a vision for regional energy integration. In 2022, we presented this project in Cameroon, where we signed a memorandum of understanding with the African Petroleum Producer Organization to conduct a feasibility study to make this project bankable. Our journey continued in Jamena, a country landlocked with tremendous need of energy. In Gabon, we advanced the discussion on industrialization through utilization of natural gas to transform our industry, mining, agriculture, and technology. We recognize that we cannot go far alone. We need partners. As an African proverb wisely says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. This realization gave birth to CABEF Beyond Borders, expanding our vision beyond Central Africa to the entire continent of Africa and subsequently to the world. For this vision to materialize, we need friends around the world. That's why we're here in Houston, Texas, to forge true partnership with investors, technical experts, and not only for exploration and production for our oil and gas, but also for our renewable and our mining. Under the theme, Unlocking Africa, a New Era of Opportunity, we will explore today investment in African infrastructure, natural gas as the key for development of Africa, gas to power, innovation in our oil and gas and production and exploration, and last but not least, community empowerment through local content. Also, we will explore renewable energy opportunities across the continent. So today, I would like for everybody here to come in understanding that Africa is in a need of friends, a need of partners, and we're here to collaborate to bridge that gap that Africa has today. So I wish all of us here a productive meeting. Together, let's build a new frontier for Africa. Thank you.
Merci Madame la Chairwoman. Thank you everyone. Just for the sake of translation, merci de nous avoir conduits pendant tous les CABEF du Cameroun au Nigeria, au Tchad et au Gabon. Donc, n'hésitez pas d'aller regarder encore une fois son discours dans notre site web wearecabef.com.
Awesome, thank you very much. Bonjour, je parle français moi aussi. That's all I can speak in French. So we're going to transition into, I know. I should speak better French, but it's just not coming. Okay, so we're now going to move into a special video message from the president of the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO. He could not be here, but he's here with us remotely via the video. Can we please play that?
I should like to express my appreciation and that of the organization that I represent, the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, to the Central Africa Business Energy Forum and its president, Madame Nathalie Lom, for the invitation to deliver this keynote address to the CABEF Energy Forum, Houston 2025. Let me also recognize the President, Central Africa Pipeline System Strategic Partnership and Funding Committee, His Excellency Gabriel Mbaga Obiang Lima, Dear Excellencies, members of the APO Ministerial Council, Excellencies, ministers and captains of the oil and gas industry, ladies and gentlemen. The organizers have requested you to speak on the regional collaboration in advancing Africa's energy agenda. To begin with, it's important that I set the scene by acknowledging the relationship between energy and socioeconomic development. Energy is central to any development effort, be it sociological, economic, or industrial. The Industrial Revolution that led to the transformation of the lives of the peoples of today's developed countries could not have taken place without access to ample energy. In particular, fossil fuels. No society in modern history has been able to transform the lives of its people for the better without making energy readily accessible to a vast majority of its population for their homes, services, and industries. If we agree with this statement, it becomes easier for us to understand why Africa has remained undeveloped, or as some may say, underdeveloped for so long. How can Africa develop when 600 million of its population, mostly from sub-Saharan Africa, have no access to electricity? How can Africa develop when about 1 billion of its people do not have access to modern forms of energy for cooking and other domestic uses? Yet, the same Africa exports some 75% of the oil it produces and about 45% of the gas. Africa's vision of 300 million people by 2030, which aims to reduce by half the number of Africans without access to energy by the year 2030, is a highly commendable initiative. But how realistic is it when we have less than 5 years to 2030? When our attention is still focused on producing energy for export to the developed countries in order to get foreign exchange with which to meet our insatiable appetite for consumer goods and services. We are told that Africa needs to sell its energy to others because Africans are too poor to buy energy. For this reason, almost all the energy infrastructure on the African continent, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, run from the production fields to the seaports for export. There are a few exceptions in North Africa, West Africa, the proposed Trans-Sahara gas pipeline, whose main target is Europe, but is also meant to supply gas to industries within the 3 African countries that it passes through. With very few exceptions, even within countries, hardly does one see oil and gas pipelines running across the various regions of the same country. And this is especially so in sub-Saharan Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a major study conducted by APO a few years ago on the future of the oil and gas industry in Africa in the light of the energy transition established that Africa has all the resources it needs to provide full access to modern energy to its nearly 1.5 billion people. And by modern energy, we mean fossil fuels, oil and gas, as well as renewables. But to succeed, Africa must address 3 imminent challenges that the energy transition has thrown up to the African continent and its people and the oil and gas industry. These are the challenges of financing oil and gas projects on the continent, the challenge of ownership or control of oil and gas technology, and finally, the challenge of non-existent energy markets within the continent. The sad reality about the African energy industry is that for the several score years that Africa has been producing oil and gas, it has done so primarily for the use of others, not for its own people. As I noted earlier, we've been brainwashed into believing that our people are too poor to buy energy, that our continent is endowed with. In the name of comparative advantage, we produce our energy for others while relying on them to provide us goods and services which, with adequate deployment of our own energy, we could produce ourselves. That has been the story in Africa until Apple decided to break the jinx. After that major study on the future of the oil and gas industry in Africa, Apple Ministerial Council resolved to establish a long-term strategy committee to review the findings and recommendations of the study and to regularly review the focus of our organization. The committee recommended and the ministers approved practical measures aimed at fundamentally addressing the 3 identified challenges, namely finance, technology, and markets. For the funding challenge, recognizing how unreliable the traditional suppliers of finance to Africa's oil and gas projects had become ostensibly because of energy transition, and knowing that Africa cannot abandon the over 125 billion barrels of proven crude oil reserves and over 630 trillion cubic feet of proven gas reserves, and still counting, APO and Afrexim Bank came together to establish the Africa Energy Bank, an African multilateral supranational financial development institution dedicated to the development of the African energy sector for the benefit of Africans. The MOU for the establishment of the Africa Energy Bank was signed between APO and Afrexim Bank in Luanda, in Angola, in May 2022, and by June 2024, the establishment agreement and the charter had been agreed and signed by the founding institutions. By the following month, in July 2024, a decision had been taken on the location of the bank's headquarters, which is Abuja in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And by the end of 2024, the establishment agreement had become a treaty, as the minimum number of APO member countries required to sign and ratify the documents had, to become a treaty had been achieved. In the last quarter of 2024, we hired a consulting firm, PwC, to assist us with the takeoff of the bank. And just a couple of days ago, we hired a firm, ressource, to assist us with the hiring of the first president of the Africa Energy Bank. We see the Africa Energy Bank as a practical solution to the imminent finance challenge for the industry in Africa. We welcome as many investors to the AEB, within and outside Africa. But interested investors must also share our vision that given the level of energy poverty on the African continent, we cannot afford to hurriedly discard any form of energy in the name of energy transition. We are going to continue to exploit and use all forms of energy until we are able to meet the basic needs of a vast majority of our peoples. On markets, it's important to note that there cannot be regional energy markets without regional energy infrastructure. It is in this respect that APO and CABEF came together to work on creating the Central Africa Pipeline Project System, CAPS, a very ambitious project that aims to connect 11 Central African countries by pipelines of crude, products, and gas in phases. Permit me to recognize His Excellency Gabriel Mbaga Obiang Lima, then Minister of Hydrocarbons of Equatorial Guinea, Minister Bruno John Richard Itoa, Minister of Hydrocarbons of the Republic of Congo, and the Upper Ministerial Council for their visionary leadership on this project. I would also like to recognize the support of the Secretariat of CEMAC that worked hard to ensure the buy-in of the governments of the Central African states into the project. Thank you, Nathalie Lom and the CABEF team for your perseverance in this project. His Excellency Gabriel Lima is with you, and I believe that he will do justice to the matter of CAPS. The bottom line is that without cooperation and collaboration, Africa cannot develop the way we want it to. No one African country has all it takes to succeed in addressing the identified challenges. But working together, we have all it takes to succeed. The final challenge is that of technology. Like finance and markets, African oil and gas producers have been heavily dependent on foreign technology to exploit their oil and gas resources. Now that those who spend money to do research and development in oil and gas technology have decided to move their focus to renewables, how will Africa continue to get the technology to exploit its resources? It is this concern that informed our decision in APO in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation, to work on having regional centers of excellence in the various sectors of the oil and gas industry across our continent. It does not make sense for each oil and gas producing African country to expend its meager resources replicating institutions that can be shared with others. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that these are some of the issues that will attract the attention of the conference today and tomorrow, and I sincerely hope that you will address these, you will take these issues up and address them, come up with solutions that will help the African continent get out of its current energy poverty. I wish I was there with you to contribute more, but the exigencies of duty here have held me back in Brazzaville. I wish you very, very successful deliberations, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. So as I listened to that speech, I was reminded of a quote by the late mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner. And he said, "Cities are not built by borders, but bridges." Right? And that's what that speech reminded me of: collaboration, cross-country collaborations, cross-border collaborations. And also, when he was talking about that, Africa still needs $30 to $40 billion annually in energy investments to achieve SDG 7 by 2030 in just 5 years. So you see, the opportunities in Africa are boundless for those who can see it. So this address also reminded me of the regional cooperation and financing needed to drive the energy that we need in Africa, and to give us more insight into the strategic partnerships that are possible in Africa and the funding initiatives across Central Africa in particular, but Africa as a whole. Please help me welcome His Excellency Gabriel Obiang Lima, the chairman of CABEF's committee.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to give a big congratulations to the organizers, to Madame Natalie Loom, and at the same time to the city of Houston, being represented here by Honorable Martha, the Mayor Pro Tem. I want to also be able to give a big congratulations and hello to very familiar faces from the industry, and one particularly, I hope that he doesn't feel comfortable, Mr. Jim Cornell, he's around here. Yeah? Not only he's an individual, he knows about Central Africa, but also he has been an ambassador for Central Africa and Equatorial Guinea, so seeing his face here, it proves that we still have people not only in the US, people in the industry who understand and knows about what we are trying to do. Now, I think it's a very good idea. The initial program was that there were going to be a panel, and then I was going to give my presentation. I feel more comfortable this way because I know that the initial program, I will be between you and your lunch. And that's a very difficult challenge to do because at the beginning of the session, I mean, everybody, their blood is in their head, they're paying attention. Little by little, they go to the stomach. So if I did it according to the initial program, I would be asking everybody to get the blood up to the head again. And that, I can tell you, is very difficult to do. So I have prepared a presentation. I hope it's not too long for a lot of people, but I think it's very important because a lot of you have known me as Minister Gabriel, for many years, Minister of Mines, Hydrocarbon in Equatorial Guinea. I am very happy to be part of the development of oil and gas in the little Equatorial Guinea, that whoever does not know the history of Equatorial Guinea, they should be aware that this was actually probably one of the poorest countries in the Central Africa, was the last one to have oil and gas, but for more than 2 decades have become an example of how to do an exploitation on hydrocarbons technically, not only by exploiting oil and gas, but also using resources like gas, building the fastest LNG plant in the world under budget, in the best quality in the world. If you don't believe me, ask any trader, they will tell you the best LNG in the world comes from Equatorial Guinea. And at the same time, we have been able, in a way, to export also LPG. Equatorial Guinea has been one of the responsible of disrupting the entire LPG prices worldwide, because they used to have a monopoly, but again, we were able to help on that. And at the same time, we had been able to build probably the biggest methanol plant in the continent. And for a while, when the methanol plant was built, it was actually the second biggest in the world. And that has been something that through all my period, I had been, in a way, responsible, jointly with the rest of the team in the ministry. Of course, after that, and that was 2 years ago, I was appointed Minister of Planning and Economic Diversification, that I do believe it was like my master. I was really doing my undergraduate all this time, focusing oil and gas, and it was one specific sector. But doing almost 1 year and a half Minister of Planning, it gave me a completely different perspective. I understood that the full development of country does not depend of only one resources. It doesn't depend of only one sector. That is the combination of all of them. So I have to say that period of 1 year in the Ministry of Plan have actually gave me a very better approach on how a full development, not only of a country, of a region, has to be done for the better of everybody. And of course, last year in August, I was appointed, nominated, and I have to say that I was nominated by the ministers of APON. In this case, the Secretary General was actually also responsible, also by the agreement by the head of state, that I was appointed president of the committee to create the partnership to be able to make sure that CAPS become not just as an idea, as an aspiration, but actually as a project. And clearly, the ministers, the president, for by myself as somebody who actually has been practical, somebody have proved that you can take an idea, do a plan, and execute it. And I don't need to present anybody my summary or CV to confirm that I have done it. And I'm very confident that with the help of everybody of the region, everybody in the continent, both in the continent, out of the continent, we will be able to do it. Now, last year, we did have the CABEF in Libreville. And that CABEF in Libreville was very special because that was one CABEF after Cameroon and also Chad, when we had, again, the great honor to have an honorable Major Pro Tem, Martha, to be in Douala. And I learned that she's not good only in giving speeches. She's a very good dancer too. So she left a very good impression on the Houston dancing that hopefully we can replicate it again if we have any cocktail, but I can guarantee you she can dance. He beat me in the dance floor. So, and again, last year in Libreville was very special because we had a very, probably one of the more active historical, knowledgeable countries in our Central Africa. This is Gabon, who actually were very active to push CAP last year. Gabon is very special, and I have to say even more than Equatorial Guinea in some things. Mainly because Gabon was one of the first countries who really have major production of oil and gas. Gabon have invested a lot in their people in this sector, so understand the importance of development of gas. So they were extremely helpful. They were really engaged. And I have to tell you something that very few other countries have done. Once we did present the project of CAPS to the president Oligui. He used to be the president of transition. Now he's official president. And the vice president, vice prime minister in charge of plan, that now is the vice president. They gave a mandate immediately for the planning, the government planning committee to insert CAP in the development plan of Gabon. So Gabon was the first country, even though we have not finished with the clear, very important design, engineering design that we have to do. Gabon already have said that this project has to be in our plan, and if we need to be able to gather funds, that whenever it goes to Gabon, its bill is there. So they were faster one, and hopefully Equatorial Guinea will be next to that. And of course, we are now in Houston. And I have to say that this trip in Houston is extremely important for two major reasons. The first reason, and this is one of the main reasons where you have a lot of absentee here, is that they were supposed to be participating, many of the ministers, representatives of CEMAC, BEAC, and the rest, but last week we have a very important event that was the inauguration of the new president of Gabon. But the main reason was that today we will announce that we do have a final document for a memorandum of understanding and certificate that confirmed and is approved by all the head of states of this Central African country, all the ministers confirming that the CAPS is actually an integrated regional project and they back it. So probably the chairman, Madame Lung, will decide how she wants to do that. Either I sign it here, we send it, or we look at another event, but I have to tell you that it's official. And I can't just put it there, but it's a very good milestone because they give us leverage for start talking with the financiers. The financiers will know that this is not a project for Equatorial Guinea, it's not a project for Cameroon, it's not a project from Gabon, but it's a project for 7 countries that the head of states and the minister approve it. So that's very important for that financier, and it's a regional integrated project. So going first to explain, and I will ask you for your patience because I need to make sure that you understand the projects from the head all the way to the ground. When I was minister, before we go into that, please go back, don't go to now, okay? Be patient, okay? I know everybody wants to see the numbers. His Excellency the President, because I have a great opportunity to meet many presidents of CEMAC, and they knew my experience in oil and gas, they keep asking me 2 questions. And this was from Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon. They say, Excellency Gabriel, we are here in this new narrative of energy transition. We are here in this narrative that they are not going to need our oil and gas anymore, and we need to go into solar because the fossil fuel are polluting the world, and they are not going to fund our project. So what are we going to do if they decide that they don't want our oil anymore? And the second thing was that, Excellency Gabriel, how long are we going to continue importing products that we export? Like we export the oil, but then we need to bring the products. So for me, it was very difficult to answer, but I told them that until we create our own market, we will be the same way. So if one day they decide they don't want our oil and we say what we do with the oil, we don't have a market. So clearly we will be at the mercy of international decision regarding this energy transition. That right now everything is changed. It seems that everybody wants fossil fuel again. So, and I don't want to go into politics, ni baby drill, ni the rest. But 2 years ago, no fossil fuel. Now everybody wants fossil fuel again. So we are going back and forth. But the other one that it was very important is the issue of when are going to be us being able to use our resources. So what I like to do in the events that I'm going, I like to prove people what I'm talking, not just for you to believe what I say. So now we can go to the next slide. And what I usually tell them is that the numbers do not lie. This is the best example. You have one single country in Europe. This is France. It's down here. So people who don't see it, I'm going to say it. France here. France have a population of 68 million. It have a total of close to 8,000 kilometers of oil pipeline, and it have a total of 37,000 kilometers of gas pipeline. A total all 45,000 kilometers of pipelines. Now, if you go in the top, you have 3 countries, 2 Africans and 1 Asian because of population. You have Nigeria with 200 million, you have Egypt with 100 million, and you have Pakistan with another 200 million, a total of 500 million. Now, those 3 countries combined, remember, this is 500 million, not 60, they only have 33,000 kilometers of oil and gas pipelines. So France alone have more pipelines, oil and gas, than those 3 countries competitive. So this is why France is actually more industrialized. It is more competitive. They have more power. They can create more jobs than all of us. Unfortunately, whenever in Africa we want to talk about pipeline, they say, no, pipeline is bad. Don't do pipeline. It's contaminated. But they have their own pipelines. So clearly this is one of the main reasons where when I go to events, I explain the importance to create a regional pipeline system that you actually share commodities, because it allows you to industrialize. Now, to do this, I also do the following. To convince everybody for them to understand, I have to explain why a pipeline needs to be done, how we are going to do it, and for who. So please, can go to the next one. Now, the question is why we need to do it. All our continent, from north to the south, suffer of 3 major crises, all of them. And the only one that I have to say, and I give a lot of courage, is the president of Nigeria, because he keeps saying all the time, all of our country have a food crisis, energy crisis, and manufacturing crisis. Now, the food crisis, it's very ironic. When we were colonies, we used to feed Europe. We used to feed a lot of colonies. They were from our continent, producing all the food and sending it, and they were eating. It happened in Spain, in France. So what is funny is that after independence and today, it's the opposite. We import 80% of what we eat. We have yogurt from France. We have another yogurt from Italy, Spain, even wine. Everything comes, almost 80% to feed us. And the main reason is because we do not process our own food. We grow, but we do not process it. And if you don't process the food, you can actually put the food in the table of the people. Now, the second crisis that is very important is the energy crisis. And the best example that I give with energy crisis, and this is what the presidents were saying, is that we sell oil, that's the example of oil, around $50 to $60, and we buy the diesel of around 120. So it doesn't matter how much you produce in oil, you will always have a deficit. You will always sell the oil, get your money, but because you need to buy the diesel, all your money is gone. So you don't need to be a rocket science or a big accountant to know that you're never going to have a benefit from that. You will always have a deficit. And this is the same thing with the minerals. We have the bauxite, we have the iron ore, we have all these minerals. But you sell the resources very cheap, it's processed at a place, and then they bring them back with batteries, with the rest. So clearly the energy crisis happens because we cannot, again, process our minerals and our products. And of course, the last one is the manufacturing crisis. We keep asking, how did China did it? How Europe did it after the war? How American did it? How can they do the fabrics? How can they sell the products? How can the products in China is cheap? How can the product in Vietnam, South Korea, Indonesia, a lot of these countries, when we had independence, African countries were more developed than there. But today, they are more developed than even the developed countries. And the main reason is because they had clearly an infrastructure that allowed that those commodities were used. So all those industrial zones that are being built in Africa, the majority of them, unfortunately to say, they are not going to work. Because whoever is building the industrial zone need to put in place the road, need to put the electricity, you need to bring the diesel. So that's not the way it's supposed to be manufacturing. So this is why the manufacturing and the products in Africa will never be competitive worldwide because there is not an infrastructure system to allow that those commodities are actually being developed. So we're going to, please can go to the next one, and starting again, how we are going to do it. And the way we are going to do is what we are doing right now. We did it in Congo, we did it in Cameroon, we did it in Chad, we did it in Libreville, and we are here. It's how to get those countries in Central Africa to buy the idea and work together to start sharing the commodities. The first thing that you do in a project is not to design the project. First, you need to sell the product. You need to make sure that every single member of CEMAC on CAC buy the products. Say, yes, we agree with Excellency Gabriel, we agree with all the ministers, we need to do this. It's the same thing when you go to a doctor and you want to go rehabilitation. The first thing that you need to do, you need to recognize that you are sick. Once you recognize you are sick, then you can go into the treatment. So that's the first thing that you need to do it. And you have to do it and convince, because this will solve you and create you two important parts. One, it will create you an energy security. It will do a regional integrated project to benefit everybody. And at the same time, it will be a job creating for the youth of the region. Now, for some of you who will say, I don't believe you, Excellency, I think it's more complicated than that, I would give you the example of what happened, I think it was last week, in Spain and in Portugal. There was a 2 days blackout. And I have to tell you something that I do have to congratulate them, because I will never thought that in my lifetime I would have seen 2 European countries who achieve net zero. Zero emission, zero electricity, and zero explanation. And this is what sometimes they were missing when we were talking about we cannot do the transition because we don't have the energy. Now, go talk to an Spaniard or to a Portuguese and ask them what did they do in 2 days. They couldn't drive, they couldn't go into the train, they couldn't go in the elevator, they couldn't go to school, the kids couldn't charge the mobile, and there was a problem. And this is why the narrative of transition had not been understood when Africa were actually going against it, because the problem of that is that it doesn't mean that you get one resources and you replace the other one. It's complementary. This is what it needs to be understood. Even when people were going from horses to cars, and remember, still people today are going with horses. It took 100 years. So it needs to be gradually to be done. The same thing going from coal to oil. It's a gradual, in this case, transition, and a complementary. You have to remember, people were saying, no, Europe is already using the renewable, the solar, the wind. Now, why it was working? And this is my explanation. It was working because it was subsidized, and it was using only on the things that they needed, heating, water, and the rest. But when they were talking to a lot of African countries, they were saying, no, what you need to do, forget about fossil fuel, do everything wind and solar. It's never going to work. So this is really what have wake up a lot of people seeing the experience of Spain, in this case, and Portugal. And again, I wish them best. We have gas, we have oil. If they want it, we can send it to them. So at least they can continue going to school and get the mobile. But clearly they need to understand that it's more complicated, and they need to understand what each one of them had been doing with that. Now, could you go to the next one? Is for who? Now, we saw all the pictures, and it was done by purpose. You see a picture, the kid with no electricity. You see the problems that we are having. This is our final objective. We would like our kids in the future to be able to be in their house, have the electricity, have their own education. We would like our natural resources not having to ship out of a continent, but to be processed in our own continent. We would like all our cities to be electrified 24 hours and now to enjoy like here in Houston and the rest. And at the same time, we would like our agriculture to develop like in the United States. You can have one single family in the US. In the farm, he have electricity, he have gas, he have vehicle, he have everything. So that single family in the country, there's many states like that, can actually be more productive than 100 or 200 farmers in Africa. Why? Because that single farmer actually have all the tools to be able to process its own food. Please, could you go to the next one? Now again, this is the reason for who. These are the countries. Now, if you see in the map, those countries in yellow are the Central African countries. Now, these countries have a particularity of them. This is probably one of the richest countries in the continent, both for reserve, for fossil fuel, and for minerals. Some of them, like in the north, they have the fossil fuel. In the south, they have the mineral. But ours in the middle, in Central Africa, we have every single mineral, every single fossil fuel. But our only difference is that we are the one with less interconnection. If you go to ECOWAS to the west, they have highways that go from Nigeria all the way to Gambia. If you go in the north, from Libya, Tunisia, they have interconnection electricity. The same thing in the south. The only ones, and I'm from Central Africa too, so I'm not bashing somebody else, I'm bashing myself too. It's us. We are the richest one, but we are not interconnected. So please, could you go to the next one? And one of the critical things that is very important is the interconnection between fossil fuels and minerals. Now, people will say, Excellency Gabriel, that's a very good idea, and who told you that? What inspiration you received to do this? And I said, there's no inspiration. Other people have already done it. Europe have a Central European pipeline system. It goes from Holland all the way to the south of France. This is why you can go to a landlocked country like Switzerland or Austria, that you say, but I don't see all the trucks like in Africa going back and forth, but they have a refinery in the middle of Europe. They have a storage in the middle of Europe. So where is all the product going through? Pipeline. And the Central European pipeline system is already done with the storage. Now, I was explaining, that's one of the key quality of this city of Houston. Why Houston is the capital of energy of the US in the world. Because everything comes to Houston, and from Houston, you pipe it. You send it all the way north, the gas, the oil, the rest. You don't see like us, trucks going back and forth, exploding in the middle of markets or the rest. So pipeline definitely is very important for industrialization. You got the same thing, the example, when you go to China. You go to Bo Bay. Everything arrives there in Bo Bay, and Bo Bay connects to the entire grid of China. That's the way China actually were able to industrialize. Now, at the same time, people will say, but Excellency Gabriel, this is a new project. We have never done it. Will this work in the forest? I will tell you, for people who don't know, that the country of Chad and Cameroon built a pipeline for oil all the way from Chad all the way to Caribbean. And even today, by Cameroonians and Chad, they are still developing, they are still producing and exporting from that pipeline. So if you ask me, have we done it? The answer is yes. Can we do it? The answer is yes. So clearly a pipeline has been done, but that pipeline was for oil, coming from Chad all the way to Caribbean. But at the same time, people will say, yes, Excellency, but how are you going to be structuring this? Again, we don't need to copy. We don't need to do anything. We just copy. So people who know there is a West African pipeline project. This goes from Nigeria all the way to Cote d'Ivoire. And what it does is Nigeria sending gas all the way to those countries. This is exclusively about gas. Please go to the next one. And then you have other countries, like, for example, Angola. Angola have concluded right now the Lobito corridor. This is a train that goes from Lobito all the way to DRC, where all the mines are there. But this is a train. But again, you load everything in the train and you go there. So again, those issues that people will say is challenging, is difficult, is not challenging, is not difficult. It has been done before, but we need to make sure that is profitable. And of course, we have our brothers and sisters in Congo, Brazzaville, who just signed the agreement to do a pipeline that will go from Pont Noir all the way to the north of Congo, on the Oyo area. Now, there is one particularity that I want to again remind you all. Look the direction of the pipelines. The pipelines go from the coast all the way to the mainland, but they go to the exclusive zones where the minerals are, because the main demand for those resources are the mining industry. And this is why you have mining companies in Central Africa who are exporting the minings all the way to Dubai, to Arabia Saudita, to other places. And it's because those countries can give them the energy cheap. And unfortunately, we don't have the electricity to process in country. But if they knew that there was a project that was able to provide them the cheap and more reliable and affordable electricity, those mining companies will not go all the way to Dubai to do an aluminum plant there. They will do it next to where is the place where they exploit the resources. Please, could you go to the next one? So again, we have to explain people also how this is going to be benefit, because people will say, well, Excellency Gabriel, you benefit because you will travel, you give speeches, and this guy will do, I call it the per diem, they go per diem, you do travel, you buy. But they say, no. This project have a benefit that can be contabilized. And the benefit that we do, and this is clearly the first one, is that it will, like you have seen here, it will benefit because it will reduce close to 50% of the cost of electricity. Now, why will it do that? Because we will have different fields of production, different resources, so that's the one that makes much cheaper to do, in this case, cheaper to be able to have that cost. Now, the other one, it will be that we will be able by 2030 to increase our capacity of electricity to close to 40,000 megawatts. This is mainly for the mining company, because by joining the mining company to this project, we will be able to have enough demand to be able to, in this case, finance those possible additional projects. Clearly, there will be a direct benefit, close to 200,000 jobs, direct jobs, that will benefit all the countries that will be involved in it. Another part that is very important is down there, in the slides there, you cannot see it, but this is the more important for the countries. This project will be able to generate annually 900 million as transit fee to the countries who are involved. And these are not fees of their own products. This is just transit fee. It will be a calculation of close to 900 million that, again, jointly in the economic region, this is CEMAC, BEAC, they will be able to generate every year as revenue. And of course, the price of the project is it's around $10 billion that it will be done gradually in different phases. But again, this is a world-class project that by executing it, we will make sure that we will be an example worldwide how to do that. Please, can you go to the next one? Now, this is how we will finish. This is very important to understand because this is a concept idea. This is the routing. This is how we can actually get connected to those countries. Countries like Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, Chad, Central Africa, Congo, Brazzaville, you have Gabon, you have DRC, the faces, Burundi and Rwanda. The particularity that I already said before, look at it, all the countries that you see the ship there, they are countries who already have ports, who already are rich on fossil fuel, they already are importing products and they are already exporting products. And all the directions that they are going with the depot are areas where they are very rich in minerals. So again, there is a clear connection on how the objective is to get the fossil fuel connected with the mining. And clearly in the middle is the benefit to the people because you need to build pipelines. And then here are not including, that is very important, secondary pipelines. Secondary pipelines go through tanks, storage tanks. So for example, if in the city in Yaoundé, they decide they want to do a new industrial zone, it's not going to be here, but there will be a secondary pipeline to make sure that the depot can provide from there. And another one that very few people are aware, pipelines are probably one of the more safest infrastructure to move commodities. They are very low in emission, they're very easy to be able, and they do not or create problem because of weather or even accident. And then there is another part very important about pipelines. It reduces congestions and allow that the infrastructure or roads are maintained. This is the reason that if you go from Douala to Yaoundé, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare because every day there are minimum 45 trucks of LPG going from Douala all the way to Chad. They're destroying the road. And this is only LPG. This is not even timber, the rest. So clearly, and that's not only in Cameroon, it happens everywhere. Our roads are terrible, not because we do a poor jobs. I can tell you, we have the best Chinese, German, French, Americans, African engineers. They have put everything in those roads, but they keep destroying all the time. Just imagine the pipeline in the US, they decide to stop it, and everything had to go through trucks. I can guarantee you, those nice highways won't be like that. And even today, and with that, you're still having problems with those highways. So this is clearly the objective. Now, there is key parts here are very important. They are the part of the tank, the port. This is the time of the refinery. Refining is very important. This is one of the reasons why all the refineries that we have been trying to do in Central Africa have never worked, because everybody has been doing independently. Cameroon do a refinery for Cameroon. Equatorial Guinea want to do a refinery for Equatorial Guinea. Gabon for Gabon. But if you do refinery that are interconnected, you produce for the market, you don't produce for one specific country. So that's what allowed that you can actually pump, in the case that there is destruction in Cameroon, the refinery Equatorial Guinea can send products all the way to Cameroon. The same thing with the other ones. So again, the phase one is all the Central African country, and the phase two is that. Regarding this project, this concept idea, the pre-FEED was concluded, was a study jointly between CEMAC and the team of CABEF. And like I said, the good thing that we have is that we have been approved by CEMAC, that definitely the project is a project. So now it's going to be the next phase, and this is going to be the detailed engineering that we need to do. Please go to the next one. Now, clearly, one of the critical things on pipeline, and this is why it's very important that you have a main controller and a standardization, is that you tell everybody what needs to be done with the same standard. What we cannot do is that the port in Douala, the port in Bata, the port in Blid, everybody do independently or what? No. Everybody needs to do the pipelines with the same standard. They need to do the terminal with the same standard. We don't care who do it. It could be a Gabonese company, it could be a US company, it could be a Chinese company. We don't care. We just need to make sure that it's done under the same standard. So it can make sure that we can actually be for the long term. Because when we are talking about building power plants, there could be a company like Siemens, and Siemens decide, I want to invest power plant. They need to make sure that the pipeline that goes from gas in Douala or in Kribi or in Bata or in Port Norwa is the same standard, and they can connect and build a power plant rather than do all the infrastructure. The same thing happened with the storage. Every single places where they need to be a storage, the storage needs to be done with the same standard for safety, but also to make sure that we can do it properly. And of course, it's the same thing, the pumping. You know, we have the pumps. You need to be able to move those products. So you need to make sure that that backbone is well. So when we talk about, people talk about this project, they think that we are supposed to be doing all this. That's not the case. This is a public-private initiative that the private sector is the one who has to invest all this. What else we have to do as government, as leader, we need to be able to create a model. Once we have the model, once we have the incentive, the political will, then you attract the private sector for each one to be responsible to do this. This is how it's done in China, in the US, in the rest. It's not the US government who owns the pipelines. It's not the US government who owns the power plants here. It's the private sector. But you need to put some things in place to be able. Please, could you go to the next one? So economic benefit, I already mentioned it. I want to mention it, the economic growth. One of the key things that we have, we are growing population-wise, youth-wise. So if we do not grow our economy, if we do not create jobs, it's going to be equal to civil disorder. It's going to be equal to problems. So we need to grow. And to be able to grow, you need energy. You need the resources. So we need to make sure that. And at the same time, social impact. We need to make sure that, again, the activity, the well-being of the population, for food, for electricity, are put in place to be able to benefit all of us. Please, next one. Now we go a little bit into details how we should do this. Now, this is what we call CAPS 1. Now, CAPS 1, I could say, is the easy one. Why is easy CAP 1? Because you have, for example, the city of Douala over there. And the city of Douala going all the way to Yaoundé, all the way to Jamena. This is what private companies do every day. They send trucks from Douala all the way to Jamena. So again, this is already happening. The only thing we're doing, we will be able to replace the transportation by trucks, by pipelines. And of course, we have already the support by the Société de Stockage de Cameroon. We have the national company of Chad, who have been a very good supporting of this. And this is why countries like Chad, Central Africa, and Cameroon understand how game changer is this project. This is how they have been always very supportive. So I do believe that this is the easy one. We need to create a wing, and I can guarantee you next year at this time, either here in Houston or wherever the chairman take us, we will be able to present you the detailed engineering for this one. This is the objective. We need to be able to create milestone. So the objective is that by next year, Natalie and the rest of the team, we need to have the detailed engineering work for this phase. That's what the rest will come, you know. And I have to tell you, and some of you who are from Central Africa, even though little Equatorial Guinea, because we are little, Gabon and Congo, we are the more richest in hydrocarbons, we are the more difficult to work integrating. So we will take more time to convince my brothers and sisters to connect. This is why it's in blue. It means that I need to do more lobby, I need to talk with the minister, convince them. The red one is because they are hot. They are very hot. They know the benefit. The blue one, they're still considering, should we do it, should we not do it? Okay. So this is why you have road A and road B. Could you please go to the next one? And this is where we are right now. We are in the green phase. This is around June 2025. This is a very important phase. I promise the chairman that I will not say it, and I'm not going to say, but there will probably be a surprise in July. So that's as much as I can say, okay? There will be a surprise in July, but again, let us work on it. But definitely, and whoever knows how to read English can read what happened in the green part. But it's very important because the detailing engineering of the project is critical. We already did the pre-feed. Now we need to go in details, and we need to get somebody who can actually prepare and know this pipeline is going to go through here. This is going to be the size of the pipeline. This is going to be the storage. This is really what, hopefully in July, if the chairman allow me or her, he will announce how we're going to be doing that part. Please, can you go with the next one? Now, the next one is CAP 2. CAP 2 is also, it's actually green, it's not blue. And it's green because we already have Luanda, Lobito Corridor. So they already are doing activity. Angola have the refinery going. They are supplying products all the way to Angola, all the way to DRC. And for people who are not familiar with the economic on DRC, Kisangani, and this is where you have all the wars, all the discussion, is the more richest place with natural resources, especially the minerals. Everybody's fighting not for the people, not for tradition, not for tribe. They're fighting for the minerals. And anybody who tells you something else is lying. That's the area, the richest area. And this is where you have DRC, Rwanda, Burundi, the rest. And clearly, one of the critical things is they need resources to be able to exploit it. And this is the reason why you have big population, not a lot of jobs, because there's no commodity. Now, if you do a game changer and you can send electricity and products there, it will create jobs for them. And I can guarantee you, when you create a lot of jobs, you create a lot of economic benefit. And when you create a lot of economic benefit, we said informally, you create a lot of sandwiches. So when you create a lot of sandwiches, a lot of people are eating sandwiches. So they are not fighting, they are not arguing. So they're just eating and working, eating and working. So that's what we need to do, is to create a lot of sandwiches there, and you will see that all that will reduce. Can you go to the next one, please? Now, that CAP 2, the timeline is different. We are in the blue one. This, actually, no, it's in the blue one. Yeah, it's the blue one. So we already have the concept study. They understand, but we need to go into the pre-fit to be able. I would say the great advantage that we have in this project is that we already have the Lobito Corridor. So the Lobito Corridor is important because you already have a project that already did some of the geologies. So you have a train going. It doesn't mean that we'll put the pipeline next to the train, but it proves that we already know the routing and a lot of the study that it will require for a future pipeline. Please, next one. Now, this is a very important part. Please, next. It's how we're going to be structuring. Now, this is not rocket science. West African Pipeline have done it, and we want to replicate this thing. This is not a project owned by the countries. It's a project owned by the private companies and investors. What the government do is that the government create a Central Africa Pipeline System Authority. This is where all the ministers, all the governments are, because they need to make sure that they synchronize and they have uniform tariff, and they want to make sure on the different products. That's really their role. That's the only political role that they do, to make sure that the customs, they make sure that the police, that the Minister of Finance, everybody is aligned. Next to it going is the Central Africa System Company. That's where we have the people with the money, national oil companies, the bank, the stock exchange, private investors, because that's the one who will own the pipeline. And then from there, that entity, depending on the demand, will create other entities. Like, for example, the Central Africa Pipeline System, clearly to create a standardization of pipeline. You don't want people just start doing pipeline just for the sake of doing pipeline. They need to be done under a standard. You have the Central Africa Power Company, very important, coordinating the power. You don't just want to do the power and then you don't have the grid. You need to make sure that if X country build this amount of power is synchronized. And then you have the Central Africa refining industry that to make sure that they can also encourage, create the different refineries. So you don't want to build the type of refinery who do the same products, or either be competitive or not even be able to share. And I have to tell you that when I did the presentation to my colleagues from Nigeria, they were very interested, especially the Dangote refinery, because it's not really far thinking, but this could actually be allowed that the refinery in Dangote, even if it close, it could actually connect to our Central Africa pipeline, and rather than having to ship by ships and the rest. And this is clearly one of the reasons that I have encouraged my brothers and sisters in Nigeria. It's not to bash anybody, but everybody keep talking about Nigeria working to send gas all the way to Algeria, to send gas all the way to Morocco, and to be able to send the gas for the power in Europe. But what we're telling our brothers and sisters in Nigeria, next to you, less than 20 kilometers, you have already a project that is happening, and definitely will be interesting to receive your oil and your gas. So they have been very good reticent. They say, listen, once you have the project, Excellency, you present it, and many private investors and private producers in Nigeria, they were very excited when they hear about this project, because definitely we will be trading in our own currency. You know, Nigerian will be able to send the product and we pay in Franco CFA, or either when we buy the product, we buy it in Naira. That's the way that we can get our currency strong, so we won't have to deal with dollar. US guys, it's not because we don't want the dollar, but if we do it between us, we want to do our own currency. So if you go from Nigeria, you sell it to Cameroon or to Equatorial Guinea, I buy you Naira, and I have to change my money in Naira. The same thing, when I will process it, I can sell the final good in Franco CFA. Please, can you go to the next one? Now, again, this is very important part. I want to reiterate the leadership, governance, do things properly is very important. When you're talking about bringing or doing a roadshow for investment, the investor needs to make sure that things are done properly. We can't just try to do something like that. You need to be done properly because the international investors that they already are keen to do, they need to find a structure that wherever they put the money, they can get it back. It's a business. It's not just an NGO. Somebody is going to invest their money and they want their money back. That's the way it works. So if they're going to do that, you need to give them guarantee that you can invest, there is proper structure, and then from there you can get your return back. You do that, you get everybody from New York, Beijing, Shanghai, Turkey, wherever, just put in as much money, because they know one thing: we own the resources. And they know you have the own resources, you have the population, and you have the end user. So the governance of CAPS is extremely important. And this is why we need to reiterate, this is not just one minister or one director or somebody who comes who thinks he's a strong muscle in the project. No, this is something bigger than the individuals. It's a project led by project. Please, next one. Now, this is the next stage. As the next stage, like I said, we wanted to sign it here, but unfortunately, there is 2 groups missing. But the idea is that we already have the memorandum of the consortium, where CABEF, APO, and CEMAC will sign it. The chairman lady will decide if we do it in Bangui, Central Africa. We have to travel to Bangui, where the president of CEMAC will be there. the Secretary General of Apple, and of course the chairman of CABEF. And that signature is extremely important because that signature makes the project a regional project. That's not a project owned by individuals or either by that, it's a regional project. From there, we need to raise funding for the engineering, the detailed engineering. And like I said, I don't want to go in details. She threatened me seriously if I talk too much. He will cut the mic. So I cannot talk about number 2, so you guys will just have to hear from there. And of course, the next one, and that's what I say, I'll be back, is when you start the roadshow. And the launching of the roadshow, that's when I'll be coming here. I'll be attracting, of course, the investors, the bankers. I'll go to China, I'll go to Russia, I'll go to Turkey, I'll go to South Africa. You know, the money is the same everywhere, and I'll do the same pitch. I say, listen, I'm doing this. I need your money. This is the way we do the governance. This is how we're going to do. And from there, we'll be able to raise fund, not anymore for the study, but raise the fund for the work. So could you go to the next one? Now, I come back to this picture. What I usually tell my people in a lot of the events that I go, the energy infrastructure and the development of energy is like a marathon. What you do when you're going to do a marathon, you need to have clearly in mind that it's going to be long, it's going to be hard, so you need to plan it well. You need to hydrate yourself, you need to prepare good sneakers, you need to know the routing. That's really the planning. From there, you execute, you start it. This is what we have done, you started. You start running. But through the running, you need to do a monitoring. You need to know if you're going too fast, you're going too slow. Maybe you have a detour, no detour. But the more important part of all of them is you need to finish. Wherever you start, you need to finish it. And this is clearly the important thing of this project, because by finishing this project, we will be able to be a game changer, not only on our population, our people, our growth. So this is why I believe, and all the team who has been working in this project believe that this could be definitely a game changer for Central Africa. I hope with this, again, I answer why we are doing this project, how we are going to be doing, and for who. One more time, thank you very much for your patience. I think it's better to do it now than before lunch. And like I said, hopefully, Madame will give the announcement in July, and then hopefully next year I'll be talking about, not anymore about design, but about construction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, did you learn a lot about the opportunities in Africa? Yeah, I was sitting there going, I need to get involved with this as well, but that's above my pay grade. So, from all he said, I'm reminded of a quote by President Barack Obama, and he said, Africa is not a problem to be solved. It is a partner to engage. And that's why we're here, right? So we're going to shift the conversation here this morning into panel discussions. At least that's where we get to hear from other leaders and investors in the room, policymakers. And during that time, you're also going to have a chance to ask questions. I believe there's some of you with pertinent questions in the room. So I'm sure the moderators will give you a chance to take 1 or 2 questions per panel, and then we can move on to the next panel. And just because I've been getting asked, if you need to use the restroom, the door to your right is the closest, but there are other restrooms to my left. The door to my left is the closest, but there are other ones to my right, okay? So I'm going to transition into the first panel, and that's driving Africa's transformation beyond borders as we are. And this panel is going to set the tone for the day with a powerful conversation on exploration, investment, and innovation. It's going to have leaders who are representing governments, city leaders, and the private sector as well. And we're going to examine how Africa can attract foreign investment and extend its reach beyond borders. And so to moderate this panel is Mr. Chijioke Imole, the managing partner and chief consultant at Legalitical. And he will discuss with a panel of influential ministers, city officials, and industry experts. Please help me welcome Mr. Imole.
Thank you, Ms. King. Thank you again to everyone for attending, and welcome again to all you distinguished guests. It's my pleasure to introduce the members of the panel. The first person is not with us physically, but we will listen to a video presentation at the appropriate time. And she's no other person than the Honorable Minister of Hydrocarbons, Mines and Geology for Chad, in the person of Her Excellency Alex Nambaye. The next panelist is the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Houston, the Honorable Ms. Martha Castex Tatum. The next panelist is the Executive Vice President of New Horizon Oil and Gas, Mr. Pablo N. Eisner. Please welcome him. The next panelist is His Excellency, the President of the Strategic Partnership and Funding Committee of the Central Africa Pipelines System, His Excellency Gabriel Mbaga Obiang Lima. You're welcome. So again, good morning, everyone. I'm honored to moderate this strategic panel at CABEF 2025 on the theme, Driving Africa's Energy Transformation Beyond Borders. I am Chijoke Echeme Emole, Managing Partner and Chief Consultant at Legalitica. Today's session explores the critical intersection of regional infrastructure, investment frameworks, and regulatory alignment. Our discussion will focus on hydrocarbon-related cross-border projects, policy harmonization, and how to shape US-Africa partnerships that enable long-term economic integration and energy security. We once again welcome our distinguished panelists. So, just to briefly set the context, Africa is entering a new era of opportunity underpinned by frontier exploration, regional integration, and strategic global partnerships. Yet, as we've heard, persistent challenges ranging from infrastructure bottlenecks to fragmented regulation continue to limit impact. So today we're going to address how to accelerate cross-border hydrocarbon infrastructure, align regulatory frameworks, and scale natural gas and frontier exploration while maintaining a just transition. Without further ado, we'll now pivot to listen to the video presentation by the Honorable Minister of Hydrocarbons, Mines and Geology for Chad, Her Excellency Alex Nambaye. Please roll the tape. Thank you.
Madame la maire par intérim de Houston, Madame la présidente du CABEF, distingués membres du CABEF, honorables invités au CABEF, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est avec un immense honneur et un intérêt stratégique que je m'adresse à vous à l'occasion de cette édition spéciale du Central Africa Business Energy Forum, marquant le lancement officiel de l'initiative Central Africa Beyond Borders. Bien que je ne puisse être physiquement présente parmi vous, je tiens à vous assurer de l'engagement total de la République du Tchad à faire de l'initiative un levier concret d'intégration régionale, de croissance énergétique durable et d'attractivité pour les investissements. Central Africa Beyond Borders se positionne comme un cadre structurant de coopération transfrontalière et de valorisation intégrée des ressources énergétiques en Afrique centrale. Elle vise à catalyser les investissements dans les infrastructures énergétiques, la logistique, la transformation locale et les chaînes de valeur connexes. Autant de secteurs offrant un fort potentiel de rendement pour les acteurs du secteur privé, notamment ici à Houston, véritable capitale mondiale de l'énergie. Nous croyons fermement que les entreprises et institutions basées à Houston, avec leur expertise de pointe, leur capacité financière et leur leadership en innovation technologique, peuvent jouer un rôle déterminant dans l'émergence d'un marché énergétique compétitif, interconnecté et durable en Afrique centrale. Le Tchad, mon pays, possède un potentiel d'hydrocarbures exceptionnel, avec des réserves pétrolières estimées à plus de 1,5 milliard de barils et d'importantes ressources gazières encore sous-explorées dans les bassins du lac Tchad et de Doban notamment. Notre vision stratégique est centrée sur le développement responsable des ressources en hydrocarbures. Notre vision stratégique est centrée sur le développement responsable de ces ressources en hydrocarbures. Le Tchad, pays producteur pétrolier depuis le début des années 2000, entame une nouvelle phase de développement dans ce secteur en misant sur la promotion et l'attractivité. Nos récentes découvertes dans la région du Canem notamment ouvrent des perspectives prometteuses pour augmenter notre production nationale et ainsi diversifier notre économie. Je vous invite donc à explorer les opportunités offertes par cette initiative, à nouer des partenariats stratégiques avec les États membres et à contribuer activement à cette nouvelle dynamique de coopération Sud-Nord fondée sur la création de valeurs partagées. Je vous remercie pour votre attention et votre engagement et vous souhaite un bon forum.
Thank you, Her Excellency. So we will email the English translation to everyone after the summit. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you again, and thank you, distinguished panelists. If I may start with the Honorable Pro Tem Mayor. So, Honorable Mayor, we've talked about strategic partnerships today. We've talked about US-Africa energy relationships and how to shape those to enable energy security and economic integration. So please, what is your vision of that strategic partnership? What does success look like to you in the space of US-Africa energy partnership? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Again, I am very excited to be here with you. I think that it's important that as we are talking about US-Africa strategic partnerships, that we all recognize that not only does the US have a plethora of resources, but so does Africa. Africa is one of the most resource-rich places in the world. And so we have to make sure that when we start talking about strategic partnerships, that both entities have an opportunity to benefit. So we don't want to move into partnerships where only one side is benefiting. It's it's important that when we are determining who will play a part in the CAPS project and making sure that we are eradicating energy poverty by 2030, that it is mutually beneficial for both parties.
Yes. Thank you very much for that. And of course, that aligns with the vision of CABEF and CAPS and the whole concept of African energy transformation. So, Mr. Eisner, you've had long experience in this space. So, from that vantage position, where do you see the most promising frontier exploration opportunities, and how are fiscal terms and risk-sharing mechanisms being adapted to attract new foreign investment?
Well, thank you for having me, first of all. I come from 35 years of looking for oil and gas around the world, and having had the honor and pleasure to be participant in very, very large oil and gas discoveries. Some have impacted to the tune of $1 trillion in value created. How do we do that? Today, I'm going to try to be a little bit different and talk about facts and talk about actions to be taken. First, we need the data. Regionally, we need 3D data acquired in the whole region so that the regional study can be done. So once the data is there, the wells that already exist, we need to let the companies that will invest do regional data and regional analysis. And how do we do that? Is we let them do their work. And so data has to be readily available. The countries need to make the data available. Then the technical people take over and do the regional studies and start understanding where they want to invest. For that, we need that the countries be stable, that the contracts be assured in a 30-year basis, 50-year basis. These are long-term projects. So contracts need to be stable, and for that, the government needs to be stable. The long-term view, like the marathon, is long-term. We need to think long-term and prepare our leaders to be long-term thinkers. So regional first, get the data, let them do the study, and then have contracts that are able to persist in long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eisner. His Excellency, thank you for the CAPS focused presentation. We appreciate that. Building on that, please, if you may speak to the investment frameworks and incentives that are in place to attract international partners, and how is the project addressing potential financial and regulatory challenges, given that the project, by definition, traverses several countries. So the regulatory challenges, what's the plan for addressing those? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think is clearly you have seen only the part of what we consider to be called the backbone. This is the part of the responsibility of the countries. What has not been presented here, and this is what we will work, is the part of the private sector. Because when we talk about the CAPS, it's easy to just focus on the routine, on the pipeline. But people forget something that Mr. Patrick just said. This industry have three phases: the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. Without the upstream, you do nothing. So you need to continue developing that area. You need to be able to create those incentives. You need to make sure that even the companies who are producing today have an incentive to get into the pipelines. Because if you have an ExxonMobil or a Sheraton or an ADAX, the first question will be, why should I supply my product into the pipeline? So that part needs to be taken care of.
at the level of private sectors, so incentive. Second thing, have the midstream, that where we need to be able to transport. They need to be done in system, it's like a highway, to make sure that everybody can circulate through it. Because that allows something very important that unfortunately many independents suffer in our region, where you have independents who have a discovery and cannot develop it because just the sheer cost of developing, bringing an FPSO or connecting is too expensive. But if you have next to it a pipeline system, a market, immediately incentivize those independents to drill and put into the system. And of course, the more important part is the downstream. And the downstream, like I mentioned before, these are not the part of the government, these are private sectors. And this is where it needs to be done in a way that companies like Siemens, General Electric, any other industrial could say, I'm moving to Douala or I'm moving to Libreville because all the utilities are being put in place in this place so I can develop that. So once you create a proper projects that take in consideration the investment but also the return, that's when you create a viable project. And we need to make sure that the projects, it's a feasible project, a project that the investors, and have to remember in today's world, people sometimes understand investors as somebody like a millionaire or billionaire, but it usually is not like that. You need to go to international institutions. And if I give this presentation to them, they will say, Excellency, good job. Now tell me how my money, if I put it in this project, I'm going to get it back. And how much more on this? So that's the part where we need to engage the private sector before we kick off the project, that the private sector can tell us, Excellency, no, this part should not be done this way. This is why that partnership needs to be done now, before we do the financial road. So I insist, this is an industry that you need to share. If you do not share, you think only in yourself, it will never be successful. So the answer of the financier is that engagement needs to be done now. Now is with the banker, the financier have to tell us. This is why I didn't say it, but probably the chairman will there. We have already agreement with Africa Exim Bank, agreements with institutions like IFC, even the African Bank of Development. All of them have already said, in principle, they will be willing to sign memorandum with us or agreement with us to be able to provide us financial advice on that project. So there will be, and some of them have already gave us some incentive. So the answer on your question is that the way is to make sure that the private sector is involved from the beginning.
Thank you, His Excellency. And please, if I may bring in Mr. Eisner here once again, because I know he has a flight to catch. He will need to leave at 12 noon. So Mr. Eisner, from your perspective, what types of investments, technology, or partnership models from international companies are most needed to achieve energy success or energy access and hydrocarbon development goals?
So, in my point of view, we achieve success when we leave the private sector do its job. The money will come from the private sector. And so the country's function is to create a setup where companies can do their work by themselves. And so in this case, what is important is that countries need to provide an open database so that then we can understand where the hydrocarbons are based on the knowledge of the area, where the future hydrocarbons will be found, how big are the reserves, because from here, then we can create those economic models that will support or not the big infrastructure projects. It comes with where are the reserves, how big are they going to be, and what is the risk of finding it. That is based on data, it's based on hard work, and it's based on knowledge that we have been applying for the last 20 years. It's not difficult to do, but the setting, the foundation is let them do their work.
Thank you. So a collaborative approach between the public sector and the private sector.
Definitely, it has to be collaborative. The public sector needs to have a good setup that the investor can feel it's stable. We'll be investing billions of dollars, so please let it be stable. Let's make sure we understand where the potential is, because that stability needs to be 20, 30, 40 years. If not, these projects will not work and will never be started.
Thank you, Mr. Eisner. Honorable Pro Tem Mayor, particularly from the perspective of Houston as the energy capital of the world, we dare say, how do you envision an effective role being played by U.S. stakeholders and also financing institutions vis-a-vis energy investments in Africa, building up of regional infrastructure and the like? Thank you.
So we've talked about it all morning. These are public-private partnerships, and we say this all the time. Government cannot do this work alone. These countries cannot do this work alone. We must have the partnership of the private sector. I mean, not only in a massive project like this one, but even in the small projects that we do in the city of Houston, the government cannot do these projects alone. We must have the partnerships of the private sector as well. So I think that it is genius that this CABEF conference is moving from country to country and has come to Houston, the energy capital of the world, so that we can continue to foster relationships with private sector companies that are willing to do work in Africa in partnership to make sure that this pipeline comes to fruition. So although we are still in design phase and we need engineering, we need to continue to gather the data, we have to have policymakers that make the actual work, make the environment conducive for the work to actually happen. So it has to be a very robust partnership between the public sector and the private sector.
Absolutely. Thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Mayor. So His Excellency Obiang, how does the CAPS initiative align with global energy transition goals? And what measures are being taken to balance fossil fuel development with renewable energy integration? For instance, speaking of the pipeline infrastructure, is it envisioned that hydrogen would be one of the potential fuels to pass through that pipeline infrastructure? Is it envisaged that renewable gas that doesn't necessarily emanate from oil and gas, well, from fossil origins, would also be able, would the system be configured? Is it anticipating integration of renewable energy sources? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and I think it's a very important question, because usually when I speak about the pipeline project, the CAPS, I usually stress that it's not just a pipeline system. It's really a path to independent sovereignty. Now, it's also very vital for the country, because what we are doing here, we are doing a leapfrog for a lot of our industrialization. You have to remember, one of the biggest problems is that Africans have never been able to properly industrialize. Now, how this is going to be playing with the new narrative of the energy transition. And what is very ironic on today's, I'll call it international, I wouldn't call it argument, it's almost war regarding the rare earth minerals, is that everybody's talking about China, everybody's talking about Greenland, everybody's talking about America, but nobody's talking about Africa. And what is very funny, the continent who have the biggest reserve of rare minerals, it's our continent. The difference, why China is the main, because China built an infrastructure that make economical to get the rare mineral from there. But to get the rare mineral from DRC, Kisangani, all the way to New York or to Texas, it's an endeavor situation. You have to get through plane, trucks, guerrilla areas, but to get it from China all the way to wherever Apple is manufacturing their battery, it's very simple. This is why the China Air Materials is more developed. But for us, we do have a responsibility and a role to play in this energy transition. If everything is going to change, one of the critical ones are those batteries. And all those minerals are in Africa. So by us building this pipeline, what we are doing, we are actually complementing to make sure that the energy transition happens. Now, regarding the impact of global warming and the impact of, especially the climate, by Central Africa implementing this project, we are gradually helping extremely to reduce the emission. The current emission of our is extremely low. But even with that law, just by transporting it by trucks, hiring the individuals, taking it to the ports, using generators that are not efficient, we are actually gradually increasing that emission. So by doing a pipeline, what we do, we can provide more quantity of the products at much easier and less impact to the, in this case, the planet. Now, I do believe that the new energy transition, the new resources, like you mentioned, hydrogen, and the rest, it's very important. And people who understand this industry, they will understand why pipelines are important. Every time you mention pipeline, everybody immediately think about oil, crude oil. But in a pipeline, it's not just crude oil that can go through there. It goes the diesel, it goes gasoline, it goes gas, it goes petrochemics. Even you can have fiber going there. But the beauty about pipeline, when you go into hydrogen, the biggest problem of hydrogen is the transportation of hydrogen. It's the transportation of hydrogen. How are you going to be transported a power plant or a hydrogen business in Namibia all the way to the industry in DRC? You cannot do it because the current transportation, either it does not exist or the technology is expensive. But what it has been proving worldwide, I believe it has been in Canada, I think Canada and Germany, is that they have been able to make the transportation of hydrogen through pipeline efficient. So if we build these pipelines, immediately the majority of the country in Central Africa will be able to have a vehicle in the future to use the hydrogen business and switch immediately from fossil fuel to hydrogen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So, Honorable Pro Tem Mayor, of course, CABEF is very appreciative of the role you've always played in supporting the vision and the agenda and the objective of deeper economic ties between the US and Africa. So please, for the benefit of attendees that may not have the full picture of the role that you've been playing and that you intend, obviously, to continue to play, could you kindly review the steps you've taken, the steps you intend to take to continue to push for this greater economic partnership between the US and Africa, and especially from the perspective of Houston, which houses a lot of multinational energy companies. Thank you.
Absolutely. Again, in 2022, I had the wonderful opportunity to attend the CABEF conference in Douala, Cameroon, where I really was able to engage with many of the ministers there and the organizations that were working to introduce this project to the world. and we had opportunities to discuss what are our next steps. And as this conference has moved from place to place, and now in Houston, it is my absolute honor to be able to continue to foster the relationship, because we've got to understand that if Africa is going to be successful, we have to also partner with Africa to make sure that not only are the resources available, but that we are utilizing our intellectual capital across the world to make sure that not only this project, but other projects can come to fruition in Africa. The city of Houston is always going to play a part in fostering relationships. Many of you may know that there are 16,000, the largest Nigerian population in the country here in the city of Houston. 1 in 4 Houstonians are immigrant born. It's an extremely diverse country, extremely diverse city, and we want to make sure that anyone that comes into the city of Houston feels welcome, and that we are also utilizing our intellectual capital, the resources that we have as a city, to make sure that we are uplifting the other countries that have people represented in our city, so that when Houston is successful, Africa can be successful, and we can continue to foster that diplomacy across the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Mayor. At this juncture, let's perhaps invite 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Well, to give us just a moment to articulate our thoughts, I will ask a question of His Excellency, and while I'm asking the question and he's answering the question, if you could indicate to the MCs that you have a question to ask, and also indicate to them to which panelist you are directing your question, so that we can then call on 1 or 2 persons to make their own contributions. And if we could, make the questions direct and quick and centered on the themes of the conference, integration, investment, and energy transformation. So, His Excellency, you alluded to some of this in your presentation. By definition, this project would go through 8, 9, 10, 11 countries. So what immediately comes to mind is, oh my gosh, you're talking about a potpourri of, like a mixed bag of regulatory frameworks. And you also alluded to the notion that there are several governmental agencies and bureaucracies that you have to deal with. So what's the strategy for engaging with these multiple regulatory agencies, multiple governmental bureaucracies, getting them to, as it were, sing from the same hymn sheet, to look to a vision, a future of harmonized policies, a vision of cross-border infrastructure, a vision of deeper economic integration and trade. And maybe if you can connect that with the African continental free trade area, and how that may be an enabler towards achieving better coordination. Thank you.
Well, I think your ending of your question is the response of your question. And I say this because what we are doing through this project is we are actually executing the political will of every single head of state of Africa, decided through the 2063 African Union aspiration, where it has been decided that one of the solutions for economic growth is those integrated projects that will benefit not only one single country, but everybody in general. So one of the critical tools has been, for example, that treaty that the Africa Continental Free Trade, where the aim is understanding that the best way to be able to have that economic growth is through working together. Now, again, I want to remind you that what we are doing is not something new. Other countries in the region have done it. But very few have done it for commodities like hydrocarbons. That's the big difference. People are already doing regarding free movement of people, free movement of goods, international or regional economic body using the same currency. That comes to mind a conversation that I have with President Biya and President Sassou Nguesso, where they insisted when I gave them the presentation of the project. He said, my son, Excellency Gabriel, it's a very good project because that's something that we have missed. We have been focusing on movement of people, movement of goods, having us the joint political decision, but we miss the commodities. We miss the electricity. We miss the product. It's not normal that you can have a shortage of products in Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea cannot provide it there. It is not normal that you have DRC, have problem with LPG and Chad, or even you have a country like Chad, have serious problem of LPG. And LPG, this liquid is very important because that reduces the cutting of the trees. So clearly, it's not something that is very complicated. We already are doing it. The difference is that we are not doing it for commodities. Yes. Now, I don't want to say it's easy, but what I do believe is that the way we are doing it is the proper way. And I'll give you an example. Rather than for me going minister to minister for them to approve, it has been approved through the Council of Ministers of Energy of CEMAC. So the ministers I believe it's called the COPIL, they met, and they discussed this project all together, rather than have to go to Libreville. And when they finish, they jointly work on the memorandum. So the memorandum that we have had been approved by all the ministers of energy. By the time we finish with the detailed engineering, that's when other ministers get involved, like the Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Industry. So that's what it creates this joint collaboration on not only one commodity and the rest. So, but I have to remind you something very important. The aspiration of the head of state of the African Union is not regional bodies. Is the regional bodies the first phase. The final phase is to have one single continent. That you can provide electricity from Egypt all the way to South Africa, and you can provide goods from Tanzania all the way to Angola, or you can have hydrocarbons from Morocco all the way to Kenya. So the final aim is that we have one single market for the entire continent.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Sort of like a one-stop shop in CEMAC. And the CEMAC acronym refers to the Economic and Monetary Union of Central African States. Thank you, His Excellency. So I think we have somebody with a question over there. So please, if you could tell us your name and maybe the company you work for, and ask your question and indicate the panelists you are directing it to. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm an additional panelist now.
Maybe you can join the panel.
Okay, so thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Otome Afiegbe. I'm the Executive Director for Nest Gas Producing. We're a Nigerian company, and we're interested in the entire value chain, upstream, midstream, downstream. But it's clear, and this is, I almost missed this session because I was at the OTC, that infrastructure is key. And that's what's lacking. We need a hub in Africa to really move the commodities from source to sink, to the last mile. So we are currently building out a 50,000 metric ton LPG storage in Port Harcourt River State. How do we connect to this pipeline? This is LPG.
Thank you.
That's a question for me, no?
Yes.
Yes. First of all, I want to say that my brother here have spilled a little bit the beans. And when I say that, is because the initial objective of the presentation of the CAP projects, it's initially to use the products that we already are using, gasoline and diesel. But the future use is gas. Gas is the future. Gas is the final commodity that the majority of the infrastructure that we'll use have to work. So that's why the standardization of the pipeline is extremely important. If you fly through Port Harcourt, Lagos, Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, even Gabon, it's actually more lighted in the sea than in the cities of the amount of gas that is being flared. To be able to capture all that gas, you don't just need LNG plants, you need an infrastructure to be able to capture it and connect it to it. So your answer regarding how a company in Port Harcourt can be involved in this is through the experience that they already have in Port Harcourt, but at the same time, being able to come and participate with us to be able to replicate what you have been doing in Port Harcourt in the other cities. If you have seen clearly the picture, you will see that every single port have two terminals, very important. One is a crude terminal, and another one is the LNG terminal. And the LNG terminal is very important because that will allow that we can import LNG, but also it will be able to connect into a gas pipeline system. So clearly, for us, gas is very important. What you are already doing is important. But what you mentioned at the end, you mentioned LPG. And I think it's very important to make the differentiation between the LNG and the LPG. Because on the LPG, we're talking about the tanks, we're talking about different technology, how to use it. When you're talking about the LNG, the same thing. And also the end users are different. But the final objective is that we can actually put in our system all the commodities. The LPG, the LNG, the nitrogen, the crude oil that can go to the refinery. Because this is the way little Singapore does it. This is the way Japan does it. Singapore and Japan are the best example. I have no natural resources. It is just their infrastructure. But if you go there, they have a single pipeline for every single product. And they can actually make it economical. So I think I was yesterday at the Africa Energy Business Forum, where they were talking about the African local content. And I mentioned it to my brothers in Nigeria, what I always tell them. I tell them, first of all, that I can congratulate the ingenuity and at the same time, the great knowledge that Nigeria, as a local company, are already doing, building FPSO, doing pipelines, maintaining. But at the same time, I criticize them because they don't share that information with the rest of us. And this is what I usually recommend Nigerian partners in Port Harcourt, in Lagos, that to venture and come to Cameroon, come to Equatorial Guinea, share the experience that you're having, because you will be able to benefit much better for us. So the answer is that yes, there's going to be use. If you talk about gas, we are talking about building an LNG terminal, building tank export for LPG, transporting the LPG through tanks, transporting the LPG through the LNG, building pipelines, and the pipelines have to be different than the pumps, the end users, connecting from the pipeline to the power plants. And some of the power plants, they won't be generators, they will be turbines. Being able to have, again, the regasification, because you need to choose either you regasify in the port or you regasify on the end users. And the short term, you can regasify sending the LNG all the way to the landlocked countries. And then from there, you regasify. Or you can do it the other way. So it's all depending on what's the quantity, who is the one involved. But what my brother here have done is actually tell everybody to understand that the final end user of the caps is for gas. In the future, I will probably tell you that both the oil, gasoline, and diesels probably, I wouldn't say it will disappear, but it will be more limited. And the best example is what happened in Germany. Germany, and again, I'm sorry to tell you, but this is very important. Germany had been for many years dependent of the Russia gas, the same thing that a lot of the former Soviet Union partners. And this is the reason they don't want to disconnect from Russia. It's not because they don't agree with what the Western is saying about attacking Ukraine. It's because Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Hungary, they are competitive because they inherit a pipeline system built by the former Soviet Union. Before they joined the European Union, all the industry of Seat, of Ford, they used to be in Spain, in France, in UK, and Italy. What happened once Romania? It's not the labor. It's the pipeline system inherited by the former Soviet Union that they can have high quantity of gas at a reliable price, cheap, and at the same time already there, so they don't have to do investment. So again, if we want to industrialize, our final aim is that all our products, all our goods will run by gas, because again, the geologists have left, but he will tell you, we actually have more reserve of gas than oil in the Gulf of Guinea. Okay, so that's my answer to you.
Thank you, His Excellency. You know, when you praised Nigeria, I was going to acknowledge that I was Nigerian until you then criticized Nigeria. So I said, let me not acknowledge that. So please, it's my pleasure to, yes, absolutely. It's my pleasure to call on the chairperson of CABEF, Madam Nathalie Lum. She wants to make an intervention.
Hello.
Thank you.
So just to add something to what the president of CAPS just said, and regarding to the question that was asked by our brother from Nigeria, he was talking about how their company could really benefit from this project. I just want to bring out some of the data about countries, landlord countries in Central Africa. Chad. Chad has a demand of 25% every year, growing demand of LPG. It's so crucial for them. If we're talking about getting our environmental, taking care of, talking about the climate change, we need to stop cutting the trees, so LPG is crucial. So a company of that nature, with storage, that will be able to build the security of LPG for a country like Chad is very, very crucial. So they have a say in this, and we'll be able to work with them. That's what I just wanted to add.
Thank you, Madam Lum. So please, at this point, if we may have short closing remarks by our distinguished panelists. If I may start with His Excellency, what parting thoughts do you want to leave us with today? Thank you.
On the first one is, I feel very discriminated because I thought the chairman told us that we were going to eat together, but it seems that everybody have eaten by us. I've seen people already in the dessert, and we are still here. My blood is already in my stomach. So that I would remember that for a long time. I was invited to speak here, and I was angry. I think what I will say is the future generations of Central Africa and the youth, it's the more important asset that we have. And I have seen it because I have been able to be contributor of the development of many youth in Equatorial Guinea. And for us to be able to have a safe, sustainable, and without both violence, disruptions, we need to create jobs for them. And the job creating, it's a very important part. His Excellency the President usually say in Equatorial Guinea that it's more important a country that it is with knowledge cult or education than a country that is rich. And you can have as much money as you have. You can make as much money. If you don't train and you train them for coming in the future, it will be an equal of civil unrest and problems. The biggest problem that Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Cameroon, Chad, we have is to create jobs for those youth. Those youth has been trained. So people have to remember that this is not youth that don't have education. They have gone to university. And they are sitting there and they're waiting for us to ask you, okay, Excellency, you told me to study. You told me to have no nightly sleep. You told me to know mathematics. Now I have my diploma, so where are the jobs? And the only way we can create jobs is create an infrastructure like this that will be able to create an opportunity for entrepreneurships to be able to develop. I am always amazed when I travel, for example, to Douala, of the amount of youth, and the same thing that when you go to Lagos, entrepreneurs, youth who want to do activity, but they're going against not having the infrastructure to be. And one of the critical ones is electricity, is to be able to have faster internet, to be able to have that commodity, because it's not just have the road, the commodities that are not there. So for us, we need to always keep in mind that when we're doing this, we're doing for the job creating. That's the more important thing. I'll give you an example that is very important. There is so many job and service companies in Cameroon and in Chad who were involved in the building of the pipelines from Chad all the way to Kribi. That if we do pipeline, those individuals could be probably decades working. But right now, they are sitting idle waiting. They did an amazing job. Even, I believe in Chad, they already are doing other pipelines. And you have to remember, when you build a pipeline, one more time, it's not just about crude. You can do a pipeline for water. You can do pipeline for many things. So clearly, the development of that movement of commodity is very important, but we need to remember that it's done for the job creating. So again, this is the critical thing that for me is very important to understand we're doing from the youth. That's why in my narrative, I don't talk about the IOC, the NOC. I put the picture of the kid. I put the picture of the city, because those are the fine end users and the beneficiary in the future of it.
Absolutely. Thank you, His Excellency. Thank you. Honorable Mayor.
My brief closing comment. Thank you all for being here. We do want to continue this conversation and make sure that everything or anything that you need while you are here for the CABEF conference, please don't hesitate to let us know. We look forward to continuing to host you today. And on behalf of the entire city of Houston, welcome to our great city, and we look forward to the great work that we will do together. We are stronger together. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you once again to His Excellency. Thank you again to the Honorable Pro Tem Mayor of the City of Houston. They've provided us with an insightful discussion. Let this be a call to action for deeper dialogue, stronger alliances, and smarter regional strategies that will truly drive Africa's energy transformation beyond borders. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So we can have a family picture if you don't rush. If you don't mind, we just stand like right here for a quick picture, and then you can exit the stage. I'll bring it right away. Quick picture, are you good? Oh, you need makeup. Awesome. Thank you so much for such a high level and compelling exchange. So we're going to start moving right along. Next, we're going to have a, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. How are we doing? Is the energy up in the room? Yeah, there you go. Give yourselves a round of applause. So we're going to move right into a short interlude. We're going to have a spoken word by Miss Yewande Ifanse. Give her a round of applause. Please encourage her on stage. She needs the energy.
No matter how deep the sleep, a giant remains a giant. And no matter how deep the wound, the lion remains the king. It is only a matter of time before he resumes his authority. Injured? Maybe. Broken? Unlikely. But fatal? Never. This lion, this giant, this king named Africa. Like the 9 lives of a feline, rising again and again, reclaiming his place, reclaiming his authority. He rises and he rises again. The most intellectual, tenacity, unmatched, the most resourceful, a treasure, a powerhouse of treasure, a blueprint for cultural excellence. From the deserts of the Chad, to the rainforest of Cameroon, to the mineral wealth of Congo, to the coastlines of Gabon, and now the diverse lands of America and beyond. When we combine our strength with the innovation of our neighbors, the uniqueness of our tribes, and the genius of our different but collective experiences, a rarity is born in the form of vision, a vision that masterfully crafts the key that launches Africa into the next chapter of its destiny, and Africa at the forefront of efficient energy. But not only energy that powers our society, but energy that drives our society to its utmost potential. Not only energy that lights our streets, but lights the path to the Africa that we seek. Energy that propels technology, but also propels our dreams of a more efficient future, a more united land, and a globally revered continent. An energy that reimagines and transforms the landscape, awakens the giant, and revives the king. Intentionally and collectively, we unlock Africa into a new era of energy, a new era of dominance, a new era beyond our borders and further than our wildest dreams. Thank you.
That was amazing. Oh, it was good. That was so good. Okay, so we're going to move into our second panel discussion for the day, and it's on financing hydrocarbon projects. As we've all heard, access to capital remains one of the biggest hurdles for Africa's energy growth. And this session will focus on unlocking finance through public-private partnerships, innovative models, and U.S. support. And here to lead this discussion is Mr. Tabenyang Echu. Mr. Tabenyang is the CEO of the African Island Business Council and a respected energy governance expert. Mr. Tabenyang?
Thank you. And I want to start by thanking the chairwoman of CABEF. I think Central African region has been a very challenging place when it comes to information. And when we get to this point where we're going beyond borders, it is important to show acknowledgement of the role that CABEF had played to begin to bring this information to the general public. I followed the president of CABS for a long time. Honorable Gabriel has been one of the Africans who speaks with a lot of conviction and clarity when it comes to the issue of Africa energy and Africa's energy sovereignty. So it is quite exciting for us to begin to understand that the future of Africa energy is not only going to be dependent on what the outside world decides for it to be, but a system where we would have public-private partnerships taking into consideration Africa's sovereignty. So today, this panel is going to look at innovative ways of us achieving that goal, because it doesn't make any sense for anybody out of the continent to ask oil-producing countries in that continent to abandon $12 trillion worth of resources on the ground in exchange of $100 billion annually. And that is why it is critical that the living forces within the continent begin to look within themselves and partners, like-minded partners, to power this energy growth moving forward. So I have a distinguished panel here with me today that would explore innovative financing solutions to address Africa's energy sector investment challenges, focusing on public-private partnerships, export credits, and blended finance models. So I'm going to invite Mr. Genam Potso, is the president of Texas Africa Chamber. Mr. Dennis Poner, president and CEO of P1 Energy. Mr. Yusuf Dago, CEO of Oryx Corporation. And Mr. Stephen Brown, founder, managing director, and founder of Capital Assets and Sustainable Energy Development. So once again, thank you. Financing huge infrastructure at the national and regional levels represents a considerable challenge, particularly for African countries with inadequate physical space. While the public sector will shoulder the bulk of financing for new energy projects and repair and maintenance projects, with an effective private sector will be necessary to fill the remaining gap. There is a need for African countries to create policies and procedures that encourage private investors to fund and provide efficient infrastructure solutions. So my panel would be looking into those innovative options that we have available, starting from the public. Once again, thank you. I think one of the miracles that Jesus did with the 5,000 loaf of bread
was also speaking without a microphone. I was worried why that guy was wondering that there was no microphone. And I think some breaking news that there is a new pope. I think that will also be a new beginning for Africa. So gentlemen, I think while we're going to dive directly into why we're here, my first question, I think a lot have been spoken about the role of the public sector as far as regulations and the enabling environment to attract investors. How can the public sector provide significant opportunities to increase both public and private investment in the energy sector in the African continent? I'm going to throw that to all of you. I would start right here with Mr. Dago.
Good morning, everybody. J'interviens en français pour la compréhension de mon intervention. Donc, par rapport à sa question, je dirais tout simplement, dans un pays où il n'y a pas une stabilité, c'est-à-dire il est difficile qu'un investisseur vienne apporter son touche. Aujourd'hui, mon pays, le Tchad, bénéficie d'une stabilité avérée, c'est-à-dire vérifiable et vérifiée par tous. Vous savez, nous sommes sortis d'une élection présidentielle réussie, qui est applaudie par tout le monde. Et aujourd'hui, cette stabilité bénéficie non seulement pour le Tchad, mais aussi pour les investisseurs internationaux qui veulent venir donner leur coup de main dans le secteur pétrolier. Le Tchad regorge un potentiel considérable. Tout à l'heure, Madame la ministre de l'Énergie, elle avait évoqué les réserves que le Tchad en a. Maintenant, plus que cette réserve, nous avons aussi la possibilité où nos voisins aujourd'hui, il y a une bonne collaboration avec nos voisins. Et nos voisins aujourd'hui, eux, ils sont dans un îlot d'instabilité. Où si, par exemple, les partenaires choisissent le Tchad d'investir au Tchad, ça peut mutualiser cet investissement et faire une exportation de cet investissement tout autour dans les pays où il y a une instabilité. Parce que tous ces pays dépendent du Tchad, bien sûr. Donc vous voyez, non seulement cette stabilité on a, mais aussi on a des cadres légaux et réglementaires qui favorisent et qui incitent les investisseurs à venir chez nous. Par exemple, tout récemment, il y a une loi qui a été mise en place qui donne une grande facilité aux investisseurs, telles que l'exonération, les franchises et le climat d'affaires et surtout la régulation des marchés déloyaux au niveau du Tchad. Là aussi, c'est un point essentiel pour permettre aux investisseurs de venir et s'installer au Tchad. Maintenant, en troisième lieu, je vais évoquer le problème d'énergie. Nous, aujourd'hui, nous sommes démographiquement croissantes. Est-ce que vous voyez? Dans une situation où la démographie est croissante, le besoin en électricité aussi est en croissance. Il y aura une forte demande en énergie. Si par exemple aujourd'hui nous pouvons investir et rationaliser l'investissement qu'on a, puis les réinjecter dans l'électricité, nous pouvons fournir de l'électricité à tous nos voisins, non seulement au Tchad qui est démographiquement croissant, mais aussi à tous nos voisins qui sont autour de nous, que ce soit la Centrafrique qui a un problème en électricité, le Soudan qui est en guerre aussi qui en a besoin d'électricité, ici l'est du Niger qui a besoin d'électricité, le nord du Nigeria qui a besoin d'électricité, Le nord du Cameroun aussi, son électricité est un peu stable. Vous voyez cet investissement dans l'hydrocarbure, non seulement que nous pouvons aussi optimiser en termes de consommation de produits pétroliers, mais plutôt aussi peut booster l'électricité à travers des énergies renouvelables ou à travers d'autres plans d'énergie. Merci.
Stephen, I think the question is not about the availability of the resources. The resources are there. I think if you follow what the president of CABEF with the presentation, the oil, the mineral, the gas is in that region. What is actually holding back investors from investing in that region?
Well, thanks for the question, and thank you all for having me here this afternoon. I actually, I have a sort of unique role and job that hopefully provides some value in what we do, the organization I work for, and ways in which it could be replicated in Central Africa as well. And so the work that I actually do is related to the establishment of the first green bank in the United States, which happened through, over the last 10 years, the effort to get the United States government to invest in clean energy development in the United States in a way that would attract private capital to co-invest in the work that we're doing, really began in earnest back in 2009. As we had been working with Congress to get an appropriation that would allow us to unlock those private dollars. We have since become an organization. As of last April, I think the announcement was made, and funded last November or so. And in it, we are required to invest in renewable power generation, invest in decarbonizing transportation, and invest in net zero buildings. Those are the priority areas. Layered on top of that is that at least half of the investments have to be made in low-income communities, communities that would traditionally not be able to attract capital, private capital, for a variety of reasons. And so we are now in the position to prove a concept that with some public funding, that public funding could catalyze 7x, 10x, 12x in private capital. And so that is our goal. Our focus is primarily on power generation, which also includes transmission, interconnection, but largely utility scale infrastructure for solar and wind and battery that will help to meet the needs of the increasing energy demand in the United States. But with that, we've already teamed up with a number of funds that are bringing their capital to the table as well, knowing that these are projects where we either play a junior position in with using our public dollars, or we provide some sort of a credit enhancement in order to help to lubricate the wheels of the transactions. And in doing so, we can directly invest in a number of different projects throughout the country, again, with that 50% minimum of those projects having to be made in low-income communities. And I'll just quickly end by saying that my specific job within this organization is to build a national network of these green banks across the entire country, at least one in every state. And it is a model that is having some challenges. There's been a change in priorities, as I think most folks may have noticed in DC, and so we're dealing with that. But my job specifically is to figure out how we can unlock, with some public dollars, how we can begin to unlock those private dollars in every state to be on the ground working and investing and deploying capital for projects that will create jobs and catalyze economic development throughout the country.
Mr. Pozo, you are with Texas Chambers. If I may ask, what is the role of the multilateral and bilateral institutions in facilitating the investments in energy projects in the Central African sub-region?
So first of all, thanks for having me. But before I come to answer your questions, I want to take time to thank Minister Gabrielle and also Chairwoman. But more important, I want everyone to really acknowledge Mayor Pro Tem Martha for her dedication to the African community here in Houston and the continent. So please give it up for them, please. We have had the privilege of having the support of late Congressman Sylvester Turner, but now we have the support from Martha. So that's a privilege for us, and we are grateful for it. So we at the Chamber, so the Chamber is a regional chamber promoting trade and investment between the state of Texas and the continent. Now, over the past 5 years, we were able to sign over $15 billion MOUs. And what we do is very specific. So basically, we identify key projects from the governments and private sector as well. We bring federal government and also different banks. Let's say we have Exim Bank, we have Prosper Africa, World Bank, and all this. So we put them together, and then they can secure some type of deals. This is very result-oriented. You will be surprised. There's a lot of funding available here in the U.S. to finance energy projects in Africa. You just need to have the right platform to talk to the right people, to introduce you to the right doors, the right people to really secure this type of, especially green energy. That's what we do in a very unique way. And I think that's pretty much the same thing that CABEF is doing, and we look forward to having official partnership to really strengthen the relationship. But there's a huge opportunity. There's countries like China who has heavily involvement when it comes to investment, because the government is funding most of these projects. U.S. is a little bit different, but now U.S. has allocated more resources, more funding for U.S. companies that wanted to do business in Africa, and that's what we're trying to. If you have a project, you need a funding, we can connect you with the right people to make the right move. Thanks.
Thank you. Dennis, I think as the CEO of P1 Energy, the President has presented the CABS project. And I think from next year, they're looking to raise $5 billion. What will you say to him on how to structure that funding drive? Would that be through build, operate, and own, build, operate, and lease, or build, operate, and transfer? How do you get him to move as quickly as possible to source for this funding? Because at the end of the day, I am also looking at the role of the various governments in that region. With $5 billion, I think the minister, with 7 countries, if these governments are really, really serious, we can easily raise that money. But from the perspective of the private sector, how are you going to advise him to go about sourcing for this funding?
Thank you for the question. And before I address the question, I just want to say thank you to the President for an excellent presentation. I think the level of energy is inspiring. Having followed you for many, many years and know what you have achieved, truly, you could have been retired somewhere, just enjoy life, but seeing how much time and dedication you are putting behind this project is truly an encouragement and hopefully a path to follow. Now, going back to your questions, blended finance is definitely the way to go. And as somebody mentioned, The capital is not an issue. The capital is not an issue because I know that's my job on a daily basis. There is a lot of capital on the sideline waiting for the right projects. But we have got to recognize that when it comes to financing a project, finance isn't always about the money. Finance is also about the trust, the transparency, the technical readiness. One thing that I'm certain, and something that I'm worried about as we endeavor to deliver on these major projects, I wonder sometimes if our institutional infrastructures are ready. Are we asking African institutions to deliver on the goals that they were not built for? Are we not due for an upgrade? Think about a 1990 cell phone trying to use 2025 applications. I'm worried that the operating system, the system of rules and governance, the norm that regulates society and market are not built to handle the digital, the greens, the competitive infrastructure that we are trying to deliver. That's my worry. But I'm hopeful because we know the ingredients that contribute to success. And the way I always look at it as a three-legged stool. At the top, you have a governance system. In the context of a country, you have a rule of law, you have a stability, you have a transparency, you have a free market system. You have a system that recognizes and rewards private ownership, that encourage investment. That's the governance piece. The capital, the second piece is the capital. And that's where your question is. It could be private equity, it could be private individual, it could be PPP, but the money is there. On that side, what I would say is we have got to figure out to encourage, we have got to figure out to energize the debt capital of Africa. Africans need to invest in Africa. There is nobody that loves Africa more than Africans. So we have got to find a way to create an ecosystem that is conducive to that investment. There is a lot of resources, a lot of wealth in Africa, but most of that is debt capital in a sense that it's not on anyone's balance sheet. It's not bankable. You may own 10 buildings in Africa, but monetizing those resources is very difficult. The minute we figure out to transform that, Africans will have a way to invest in their own countries. The last and the third leg of the stool is the technical competency of Africans. I'm a Cameroonian, very proud to admit, but my disappointment is after almost 30, 40 years of producing oil and gas, we do not have a locally grown oil and gas companies. How is that possible? When you look at our military officers, they are the best trained, Western trains. But what about oil and gas? What about agriculture? Are we putting the same dedication in developing the people that's going to be in charge of those sectors that are equally crucial? So there is a prioritization that needs to happen there. Think about it like a farmer. You need to prepare the soil. It's very important. You need to nurture the seeds. And you need to make sure that the environment is cooperating. And if you are not sophisticated enough, and you depend on the seasonal up and down of the temperature, that's when you bring technology for the irrigations. But again, the answer to financing projects in Africa is beyond money. It's about setting the right ecosystem for that farm to flourish.
Oh, thank you. I think there is a lot of argument and a lot of discussions that has been happening within the Africa intelligentsia. We cannot try to go for the perfect and forget the good. And we can begin to see that there are Africans within this generation that are ready to take the bull by the horns. And I think you can see why projects like CABEF are actually coming in the pipeline. Organizations like CABEF, organizations like African Energy Chambers, that are actually pushing for Africans to begin to invest into their own products. But my question was directed to how do you advise the president as he goes about sourcing for $5 billion to kickstart this project? Granted, the enabling environment is not perfect, but there are signs that things are going to change. What are the easiest ways for us to get this $5 billion within the given time frame that they are looking to raise this money, as somebody who is really, really involved within the energy sector?
Again, money is not an issue. I have to say that, and it's true, not that it's easy to secure funds. When I look at a project like CABEF, obviously it's a very ambitious project. And the president used an analogy that captured it very well when he talked about the marathon. Well, when you are running the marathon, which is 26.6 miles, you do not start by running the 26. You start by 1 mile at a time, even half a mile. So as an investor, my worry is, do we have a track record to deliver on such projects? So that is the question that the financier will be asking. Do we have the track record? Oh, we have some. That's encouraging. When I look at the CABEF one more time, my worries, and this is in the African context, is that, and it's true for a lot of projects, is it may have a single point of failure, the concentration of risk, in a sense that what happens if Minister Gabriel is not part of that project? I mean, what happens if he's not the one leading that project? Penetrating the African business ecosystem is very difficult. And what happens if because he's known quantity, he has the expertise, but what will be helpful if we can see a lot more, if we can clone the minister, have many Gabriel joining his team? That's the technical competency. Raising money involves the idea, but we invest in people.
So essentially, you are calling on the president to diversify his team and bring on board additional technical know-how. Mr. President, I think that is directed to you. Mr. Brown, you talked about sustainability and the climate issues. You have some things like debt for climate swaps to release some physical space for most of these countries that are debt-ridden, in exchange of using that money to do either conservation or restoration. But can we also do debt for petrol, oil and gas swaps, so that the countries that, like let's say Equatorial Guinea, for example, has a debt of $5 billion. Could investors come in and say, we're going to swap those debts and have you invest in energy projects?
Yeah, Perhaps so, and I don't want to get too far out in front of my skis and say anything I'm not qualified to talk about, but perhaps so. You know, I think the model that we're creating here, which not to bury the lead, but I think the point is that we can create a model that can be replicated and exported to other places, right? And so the model that we're creating is one where we have outcomes related to job creation, outcomes related to capital mobilization, outcomes related to, obviously, health and air quality improvements in communities, and then outcomes related to actual deployment of dollars, right? And so, and every model is not going to be the same, right? So every green bank that we have right now in our network is not going to be the same. But there will be a trend, a steady trend that we'll be able to use and to standardize in a way that we can test whether or not this concept is something that is exportable, right? And so, the concept around focused on power generation as opposed to, probably lesser on building decarbonization, for instance, is one where we know, money's not a problem, right? I mean, once you do the due diligence here and inspect the developers, inspect the fundamentals of the project, it does not become hard to build a pipeline of billions of dollars. When we first started this process, we initially kicked it off with a pipeline of, probably about $12 billion pipeline, and we were only given $5 billion to work with. And so the money's not a problem, and the project's not a problem. The projects are abundant, but we know of the 12 billion, there might be half of those things are really real, and of those half, maybe half of those will come to fruition, right? And so how do we advance the learning curve around the deployment for green capital in communities, both here and abroad, in a way that benefits those communities as well as contributes to the burgeoning new economy that can be created around sustainability is really the goal that we're seeking to answer, and we love to be a thought partner with communities, with countries, with organizations who are also looking at the deployment of capital for these reasons, and we can kind of test the concept to see if it plays outside of, say, Third Ward, Texas, or outside of San Antonio as well.
Thank you. I think we have run out of time, but I wanted to get your final thoughts, 1 minute each, on the CEMAC Act, that is House Resolution 2325, the CEMAC Act that was just recently passed by the U.S. Congress. I think you have the Central African Exploitation and Manipulation of American Companies Act. Your thoughts on that? 1 minute each.
Well, we will industrialize. We will find a way to do it. We have been blessed with tremendous resources, natural resources, people resources. I think the question is, are we going to be able to organize ourselves well, upgrade our governing infrastructure, coordinate with non-traditional sources of financing? Ideas such as African energy banks are very encouraging, but let's make sure that those new institutions are built in a way that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Let's make sure that they are very transparent, they are commercially run, and meritocratic-based selection process, and limit the interference of the politics. Africa does not lack talent, ambition, or energy. And I'm very hopeful, based on what I'm hearing and seeing, that we have the opportunity not only to catch up, but to lead.
Thank you. Brown?
No, there's not much more to add to that. I completely agree. I would just say that, as we look at further policy angles that we can explore, that we look at opportunities for increased investment into Central Africa in a way that will help to spur and catalyze that private investment. So that the burgeoning energy revolution takes place and happens in a way that is conducive with the interests and the needs of the people there.
Thank you. Pour ma part, je plaide beaucoup plus pour une synergie d'action et une mutualisation régionale de nos États. Plus de synergie pour booster notre investissement, pour donner une nouvelle impression à nos partenaires stratégiques et pour plus aussi d'intervention dans les pays qui sont tout autour de nous, qui sont en difficulté énergétique. Aujourd'hui, tout à l'heure, quand je vous ai dit, il y a des pays où il y a un déficit énergétique, surtout en termes d'électricité, où si aujourd'hui, avec cette opportunité qu'on a des réserves, avec cette opportunité des cadres légaux et réglementaires que le pays, le Tchad, offre aux investisseurs, si on mutualise nos efforts et qu'on fait un investissement à grande échelle, cela va servir aux pays qui sont tout autour. Donc c'est un investissement qui n'est pas perdu. Imaginons aujourd'hui si on fait une raffinerie à grande échelle. Aujourd'hui, le Tchad est à 20 000 barils par jour. Supposons qu'on est à 200 000 barils par jour. Ça ne va pas couvrir la Centrafrique? Ça ne va pas couvrir le Soudan qui est en guerre? Ça ne va pas couvrir la Libye qui est en difficulté? Ou bien le Niger qui est en difficulté? Donc, nous avons des réserves. Le lac Tchad a des réserves. Le bassin de Doba a des réserves. Nous avons un climat généreux, tel que le soleil, où on peut aller dans l'énergie verte et l'exporter pour les pays voisins qui sont en difficulté. Je vante notre stabilité parce que nous venons de loin.
Merci.
Sinon, j'allais beaucoup dire.
We're running out of time. I think to reiterate, House Resolution 2325 calls on the United States support for any action in the International Monetary Fund relating to member states of the Central African Economic Monetary Community until a determination as to the gross foreign exchange reserve is made. This is a good bill for oil and gas, but unfortunately it puts at loggerheads who makes the decision on where the IOCs are supposed to put their money. BEAC is asking the IOCs to repatriate those funds into BEAC. The US Congress is challenging because of the lobbies from IOCs that they would not send that money down to BEAC. I think that is a crossroad on how Africans are actually going to begin to look inwards in sourcing for this funding so that they can begin to make these decisions with some flexibility that somebody is not imposing from the outside. So once again, thank you. I want to thank the distinguished panelists. Hopefully we will continue these conversations in different forums. But the most important thing is you could make sure that when these conversations come up, the Africa's concerns and pride of place is at the center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you just stand for a family picture? And while they're doing that, my takeaway from this is financing is not just about money. It's about confidence, structure, and trust. I heard a lot of conversations around trust. Did you guys hear that as well? So that's what I thought about money. So I want to thank our speakers for shining a light on what is possible when capital meets commitment and trust. Round of applause for them, please. And now we're going to have a song presentation from the lovely Miss Antonia. Thank you.
broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find the fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out and move mountains. We will walk it out and and I'll rise like the day, and I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up high like the waves, and I'll rise up in spite of the ache, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you. When the silence isn't quiet and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise you we'll take the world to its feet and move mountains, bring them to its feet and move mountains. And I'll rise like the day, and I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you. All we need is hope, and for that we have each other, and for that we have each other. Yeah, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise. And I'll rise like the day, and I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And we'll rise like the waves, and we'll rise unafraid, we'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you. Oh, we will rise, and we'll do it 1,000 times again.
Wow. 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 That's all I'm going to say. I was standing there back there going, I'll do anything to be able to sing like that. How many of you can sing at all? Rise up. Please clap for me. Thank you so much, Miss Antonia. That was amazing, absolutely. So we're going to transition into a keynote for today. We've talked a lot about strategic partnerships, investments, forming cross-border partnerships here and in Africa. But in order for us to get Africa to be energy ready or to fight the energy poverty that we're talking about, we need education, right? And the chairwoman and the team of CABEF, in their extraordinary brilliance, has always thought about partnering with a school of mines in America. So here to highlight the importance of education and the workforce readiness, we welcome Mr. John Bradford. He's the Vice President of Global Initiatives at the Colorado School of Mines, and that's a very well-known school, as I understand. Please give him a round of applause.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good afternoon, everyone. So that singing was just amazing. Is our singer out there still? Oh, I see she's gone. That was beautiful. What a tough act to follow. So hopefully I can live up to that. I know that everyone has had a nice lunch now, which might make you sleepy. So I hope to be able to keep you awake as well. Can I get the first slide, please? Excellent. Thank you. So you see their quote, "The energy transition cannot occur without Africa's mineral resources." I'm going to do a few things in my talk this afternoon, and part of that is going to be to try to put a little bit finer definition to what the energy transition means, what some of the challenges are. But the main thing that I'm going to focus on, as was noted in the introduction, is the importance of the youth and the importance of investing in education. And I'm going to put a little bit of context, global context, on what is happening to the workforce and energy in general, and has been happening over the last few years, and the sorts of opportunities that can create for Africa. First, I'd like to thank the Mayor Pro Tem for hosting the event, and to the Chairwoman, Natalie, for the invitation to speak here. Really a great pleasure to be here. I will note, so we talked a lot about finance, challenges in finance, challenges in infrastructure, challenges in building the markets. We can't do any of those things unless we build the workforce, and that really means investing in the youth of Africa to make all of this happen, to meet the aspirations that the world has and that Africa has. Next slide, please. I'm going to put this in the context of the Global Energy Future Initiative that we have at Mines, and our initiative recognizes a few things that were touched on earlier. One is that oil and gas is not going away anytime soon because of the energy density and a few other challenges or issues that I'm going to talk about later on in the talk. It's not going away anytime soon. We need the workforce to keep producing oil and gas, and there are challenges there. We need to figure out how to eliminate greenhouse gas emissions as we continue to use oil and gas to manage our climate more effectively. And these are all big challenges, but there are solutions for those. The other thing is that as the world is desiring to move towards renewables or low carbon energy sources, that infrastructure build out puts an enormous demand on the raw material supply chain. And of course, Africa has a lot of those resources. They're underdeveloped or undeveloped, and there's great opportunity there. And I'll put some highlights on that as I go along. Okay, next slide. So quickly, a brief history of energy transition. So what you're looking at, you can't see the bottom axis, is from 1800 to almost present, the change in the energy mix over time. And so we see a couple of, three different energy transitions here that you might recognize. So we transitioned from biomass to coal in the 19th century, and then from coal to oil in the 20th century, and then from oil to gas and renewables in the 21st century. What can you see here? The energy mix has become more diverse over time. We haven't eliminated any energy source in that period of time. We've only added new energy sources. Another key point is that we haven't used less of anything in that entire time, and even biomass. We're using more biomass now as an energy source than we were in 1800. Same is true for coal and oil. And the last observation I want to make about this is that it takes time. We're talking about periods of many decades, 100 years or so, to transition from one primary energy source to another. So what the world is trying to do right now is completely unprecedented. We have no example from history to demonstrate to us that it's possible to continue to meet energy demand while eliminating one of our primary energy sources. So that's a big challenge that the world has tried to take on. Okay, next slide. This is happening at a time where the world's population continues to grow and at a time where energy poverty has become recognized as a key challenge that we have to meet. So what you're looking at in this plot is a quality of life index on the vertical axis and energy consumption on the horizontal axis. And so this is such a beautiful correlation between quality of life and energy consumption. Very, very rarely in the real world do you see such a good correlation in these kind of data. And I think ultimately what all of us would like to do globally is to move more countries up on the quality of life index and maybe shift the amount of energy it takes to achieve that quality of life to somewhat smaller, right? So we'd like to move that curve in the counterclockwise direction. So that's a big challenge. That's happening at the same time that the world's population is growing, as I mentioned. Perhaps the biggest challenge that humankind has ever tried to take on as a global society. Next slide. Technology disruptions can completely change the picture. So what you're looking at here is growth of gas production in the US through the shale gas revolution that occurred here. And this occurred because technology disruption, specifically coupling horizontal drilling with fracking in the US, and a lot of the companies that brought about this innovation are based here in Houston. But that transition, the thing that you're seeing here, is the largest increase in history of oil and gas production. And that completely changed global dynamics, completely changed the global energy economy, completely changed global politics. And that happened in a very short period of time, only a couple of decades. So change can happen very quickly, and I think that that's as possible in Africa as it was in the US. Next slide. Okay, so let's put a little bit finer point on what's happening in the workforce. So here's a projection of oil and natural gas consumption out to 2050. And so you can see that the projection, maybe this is the most likely scenario from the IEA. The projection has us still using just as much oil and gas in 2050 as we are today, even as we try to move towards using more renewables and eliminating greenhouse gas emissions. Okay, so go ahead. What's happening to the workforce while we're continuing to see this high demand for oil and gas? So you see a peak. These are data from the US. On the horizontal axis is years starting from 1998 going to 2021. You see a peak in the total workforce in the US that's working in the oil and gas sector at around 2014. And oil prices crashed after that time, but they've come back up again. What you don't see is that the workforce has increased again. This didn't happen. This is unprecedented. So in past commodity cycles, the workforce follows along with those commodity cycles and goes up and down in waves. We didn't see that this time. So people are not coming back to the industry. The industry isn't rehiring people in the same way that they have in past commodity cycles. And this only goes to 2021, but actually you'd see that trend continue. This is in the US, but this trend is actually global, not just in the US. This is just an example. Go ahead. At our own school, so we're Colorado School of Mines, well known, one of the top schools for petroleum engineering in the US. The number of students that get degrees in petroleum engineering is also an indicator of the commodity cycles there has been in the past. And you can see that since that same time frame, 2015 to current, the number of petroleum engineering students graduating from Colorado School of Mines has been decreasing. This has been happening at a time where you can see over on the right-hand side that the number of total students getting degrees in engineering has been increasing. So we've been increasing in other disciplines, computer science, mechanical engineering, while petroleum engineering's been dropping, even as the industry has been thriving in the last couple of years. So there are some major challenges there. Go ahead to the next slide. Let's talk a little bit about what's happening in the mining sector and specifically energy minerals. So you might have, thank you. So you might have this sort of idealized picture of what the future energy system may look like, where we have some solar farms and some windmills. They're generating electricity, and we're storing some of that electricity in a battery, and it's powering your home, maybe powering an electric car. Well, it's a nice image, but to do this at the scale that's required to have any significant impact on the on the oil and gas sector is vast. Okay, next one. If you look at the mineral intensity of an electric car, for example, you see that it's huge. So the yellow bubbles show the amount of particular minerals that we need to build an electric car. The black bubbles show the same minerals, or show the minerals that we need to build a conventional internal combustion engine car. So you can't see down here, but graphite is the largest. So 66 kilograms of graphite for every electric car. Next is copper. So you need more than twice as much copper for an electric car as you do for an internal combustion engine. Nickel, you need a lot of nickel. You need a lot of manganese, more than twice as much manganese as you need for an internal combustion engine. And the list goes on down. The point is, an electric car is much more mineral intensive than an internal combustion car. And that puts a lot of pressure on the mineral sector. Next slide, please. So this is for several different new energy technologies. At the top you see mineral intensity for electric car versus a conventional car. Something like a factor of 8 times as many minerals you need to build an electric car as you do for a conventional car. For power generation, offshore wind and onshore wind are extremely mineral intensive. Solar photovoltaics, very mineral intensive. Nuclear, mineral intensive. Then you get that down to coal or natural gas fired power plants, much less mineral intensity required in those. That mineral intensity is really, I just can't emphasize it enough how important that is and how vast the requirements are for minerals if we want to make it a transition, if we want to electrify our energy system. Go ahead. To put a little bit finer point on it, these are supply and demand curves for 3 key energy minerals, so copper, lithium, and cobalt. The curves that you see in red and yellow are energy demand curves under a couple of different scenarios from the International Energy Agency. So you can see those demand curves are growing rapidly over time from 2020 to 2030. The shaded blue areas are the total anticipated supply. So dark blue is supply that's already online and how that's projected to change over time, and the blue is supply that's expected to come online. And you can see that that supply is not going to meet the demand that's anticipated. So this means probably those curves don't separate, but the price goes up and the demand goes down over time. That means that there's a lot of opportunity in mineral resources, energy minerals specifically. In fact, the total energy market globally is anticipated to grow from about 350 billion per year to a little over 700 billion per year in the next couple of decades. That's a huge increase. It creates a lot of opportunity for those places in the world that are prepared to grab that opportunity. Okay, next please. So copper is going to grow by a factor of 2, which you can see in the plot on the bottom left here. Nickel up on the upper right, depending on the scenario, might grow by a factor of 3. And these are just a couple, so this applies to a whole suite of energy minerals. That creates opportunity for the next generation, for sure. Okay, next slide, please. So what's happening in the mineral sector? So again, this is a plot of total people working in the mining industry in the United States from 2000 to 2021. And again, that peaked in about 2014 and then has been on the decline ever since. Next slide, please. So at Colorado School of Mines, we produce about 20% or so of all of the mining engineers that graduate in the United States. And you can see that our number has been declining since 2015. Maybe we're on even at this point or have plateaued. There's some indicators that maybe it's starting to increase a little bit, but not significantly yet, at least. And you can see that that's happening again at the same time that the number of students getting engineering degrees overall has been on the increase. So this is a big challenge for all of us that are working in the energy sector, recognizing that energy minerals and oil and gas are going to be the two key sources of energy in the next decades, yet we're having a difficult time creating the workforce to meet that demand. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So why is that? So this is a survey that was done by the Mining Industry Resources Council in Canada. And the red bars that you're seeing are the total number of young people. They surveyed 3,000 different Canadians. The total number of young people, or the percentage of young people that said they would not consider a career in those industries. So 70% said they would not consider a career in mining. 67% said they would not consider a career in oil and gas. This is a catastrophe for the energy sector. We have to reverse this somehow. We have to reverse it somehow. Why did they see that? Well, mining's not recognized as critical to the energy transition. So youth have yet to make the connection between what's going to enable an energy transition to cleaner sources of energy and making that transition possible. Petroleum, students see this as a dying industry, but we see that it's not dying. Petroleum is going to be a key part of the energy sector for many decades, and we're going to need people, trained people, to support that industry. It's not dying, it's not a career path that's going away. Both of these are seen as dirty industries that are harmful to the environment, and certainly there are challenges, but they're also a necessity to modern society. That has to be recognized. And the last thing, so youth, students that come to Colorado School of Mines are interested in computer science, interested in AI, interested in robotics, all of these cool high-tech disciplines. They don't recognize that that's possible. If you can do that in oil and gas in the mining sector. You get an opportunity to, at a very high level, practice all of those really exciting high-tech technologies. So there's a wonderful story to tell in all of this. There's great opportunities. It's necessary for the world for students to go into this sector. Okay, next slide, please. Well, so what's the opportunity in Africa? So this slide shows where mineral resources are located in Africa, or at least the largest concentrations. And roughly, as Natalie said earlier, it's about 30% of the world's mineral resources are located there. Some of those that are not highlighted, the countries that are in gray, have oil and gas resources. So lots of resource there. And again, without this resource being available to the world, the energy transition that the world would like to have happen is not possible. So there has to be a way to access that, and I think Africa has to figure out how to access those resources and gain the most benefit from those resources, which has been a challenge in the past, as was noted earlier. Go ahead. Similar with oil and gas, so if we're remaining flat or decreasing slightly in oil and gas demand over the next couple of decades, in Africa it's actually anticipated to grow. So again, a huge opportunity for Africa in general and for African youth. Go ahead, please. So what are the skills that are required in these two sectors, oil and gas and mineral resources? So you see some long lists here. Go ahead to the next. The ones that I highlighted in red are some of those key skills that are required in the oil and gas sector and mining sector that are exciting to the upcoming generation. Environmental engineering, data science, robotics, community relations. A lot of those skills are similar too across the two different sectors. Okay, next. So how do we meet this challenge? So we can't meet this challenge. Those resources are not going to be developed unless you train the engineers, train the business people, train the economists. Those resources are not going to be developed. They're going to stay in the ground unless that happens. To meet that challenge, you have to invest in education. So investment in education is critical, and that has to go in parallel with investment in infrastructure and all of the other things that we've been talking about today. Go ahead to the next one. So how can we make a change quickly? So one is investment in professional education. So it takes a long time to train an engineer with the right skills to do this. And we're trying to rebuild that education infrastructure in the US. You see that it's been declining in the US over the last 20, 30 years. It's been declining in Canada and Australia and Europe. Most of the world, the educational infrastructure has been on the decline over the last few decades. And now there's recognition that that has to be rebuilt. And so we're doing that in the US. It's in the process, but it takes a long time. While we're doing that in the US and Europe and Australia and the rest of the world, there's an opportunity for Africa to do the same at the same time and perhaps change a little bit of the dynamics that we've seen in the past. And again, critical to all this is investing in Africa's youth. So the theme of today's conference is Unlocking Africa. I'd say, critical in that is unlocking African youth, unlocking African innovation, unlocking African resourcefulness. And in my experiences working in Africa, I've seen all of this firsthand. Those of you who live in Africa, and are from there, recognize this already. There's an immense resource there. That's the human resource, and that has to be developed, and investment needs to go there. So with that, I conclude my remarks. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it, and again, appreciate the conference.
Thank you so much. How are we doing? Still got some energy going on? We're talking about energy, so please show some energy and excitement. The energy people have no energy. That cannot be right. So maybe we need to put that, His Excellency Gabriel, as part of the project to get the people in energy to get more energy, right, in their systems. So thank you so much, Mr. Bradford. I think that was very relevant and timely conversation around education. So let's dive into the heart of gas commercialization and its power to transform Africa and Africa's industries and livelihoods. So we could talk about gas all we want, but we need to talk about bringing it into the homes that need this energy. And here to lead that discussion is Ms. Ada Lewis. She's the founder and CEO of Project Plan Services. And she's going to come up, bring up her panelists, and they're going to dive into from gas to power, strategies to global lessons on monetizing, the conversation and promises that, she's going to come up here and talk about some strategies to global lessons on monetization, and this conversation promises to have depth and direction. So please pay attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage. I'd like to invite Dr. Riverson Opong. He's a member board of directors at Society of Petroleum Engineers International. Madame Natalie Loom, she's a CABEF chairwoman. Dr. César Abner, independent consultant at Caesar Resource LLC. Thank you, everyone. It's an immense pleasure to be here with you today to explore such an important topic, one that speaks to the future of the continent of Africa and the well-being of millions. Gas commercialization drives industrial growth in Africa. I'm especially honored to be joined by this fantastic panel of professionals, each bringing a wealth of experience, insight, and passion to the table. My hope is that you leave this room not only informed, but also inspired to join us in this critical mission of reducing energy poverty in Africa. I would like to share a quick personal note. It was 3 years ago when I attended an event hosted by the city of Houston, focused on Africa. There, I had the opportunity to meet with CABEF chairwoman, Natalie Loom, whose words moved me. She challenged me to do more, to be more. And that moment, it sparked my commitment to this cause. And that's why I'm here today. Again, my name is Sarah Lewis. I'm the founder and CEO of Project Plan Services, based right here in Houston. At Project Plan, we develop and manage our projects with purpose and passion. Again, let's give a warm welcome to our panelists. Thank you. So let's start with our first question. In 2025, Africa sees a surge in gas-to-power projects as countries seek to address energy shortages and increase energy security. We know there are several ongoing gas-to-power projects, such as 25 megawatts in Congo, 750 megawatts in Angola, a gigawatt in South Africa, the potential 150 megawatts in Gabon. But there might be quite a few projects on the drawing board. In the concept stage, the question, what are the critical factors to be considered to move these projects from concept to financial close within 24 to 36 months? Dr. Riverson, would you like to share your thoughts on that?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Am I audible enough? Okay, so thank you so much, CABEF, for inviting me. And this is a very important topic. When it comes to, it's working? Yeah. Okay. Good. So gas to power is not just needed to provide electricity for our homes. And I believe that most of us here from Africa can testify to the fact that we are even struggling to get enough energy or electricity at homes to keep our lights on, not talk about even industrialization. So it is a very topical issue on the grounds now. One thing I realized, I think last 2 years, if not last year, was the cut of gas by Sasol from Mozambique to South Africa because the gas supply was not adequate enough to supply gas to South Africa. So the supplier or the upstream operator had to cut the gas for export. And that's one critical thing because when it comes to gas to power project, the most important thing, the key thing aside paying for whatever infrastructure that you put in place, is the supply of the fuel. That is the sustainable supply of gas. And I can cite a typical example from Ghana, when we converted all our gas, all our thermal plant, which runs on gas now, depending on the gas from Nigeria, which is the West African pipeline. And you realize that pipeline gas, which is not LNG, obviously, or in case it is a liquid fuel, that is, crude oil. When there's a distraction of supply, you already understand that you're going to have power outages because the power plants are not going to be able to run. So I think one critical thing is the supply. And the most important thing, secondly, is the payment guarantee. Ghana is no exception. Most of countries owe power producers. I've started PPA, that's power purchase agreement contracts for many countries. And the guarantee of payment of the infrastructure, that is the CAPEX, if not OPEX, is key in the contract. How is the country going to pay me back as an investor? So the demand is there. All investors know that there's high demand going to Africa when it comes to electricity. Supply of fuel is one. And then secondly, the repayment. So one other thing I also want to talk about is the infrastructure, because for supply to be available, then we're talking about infrastructure. This calls for collaboration. Okay, so basically, if you do have the resources, that is the source of fuel, and you don't have the pipeline to ship the gas or to transport the gas to the power plants, how are you going to, get the fuel? So we're talking about the source of fuel, which is the gas, infrastructure, and the guarantee of payment in the contract that gives the investor the onus or the guarantee that this project is going to be bankable. And Africa is a place to look at when you're looking at this particular kind of project, because there's high demand, and once the government can guarantee that there is amicable source of revenue, that is correct. I mean, it can be done. One thing we did in Ghana was coming up with the cash waterfall mechanism. So what does it do? We know that when power is generated or electricity is generated, it goes to the grid core, that is the transmission network. It goes to the distribution network, and it goes to you and I, who are the end users. That same chain was a reversal when you buy power, when you purchase power. The end supplier, which is the distributing company, takes the money and initially will keep the money in the pocket and will be giving just a bit of it. So with World Bank, with collaboration with World Bank in 2019, 2020, we came up with a cash waterfall mechanism that will collect all revenue made from power purchases into a pool that will pay for supply of fuel, that will pay for the generation of electricity, that will pay also for the transmission of the power and the distribution. And believe me, this gave a lot of confidence to IPPs, that is the independent power producers. And that brought about 3 or 4, if I remember very well, new IPPs into Ghana to give us power plants, because they were assured that there was a system of payment. So this is what I would say for that.
Thank you. I appreciated that. We have a few challenges that we have to overcome and to be able to have a project bankable in 20 to 36 months. So we're going to have a second question. We have a second question. As many African nations seek to leverage their natural gas resources for economic growth, the integration of gas infrastructure with industrial development strategies becomes crucial. Given this context, how can African governments more effectively coordinate gas infrastructure development with industrial growth, particularly in mining, manufacturing, and data centers, to ensure sustainable demand that justify investment in large-scale gas infrastructure? Dr. Caesar, would you like to share your thoughts on that?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to say thank you to my dear friend Natalie, who invited me, first of all, to conceptualize the CABEF project. I was one of the first workers of CABEF to put a pre-feasibility study together, and thank you again for inviting me to attend this event. I moved from Paris, France to here. I created my own company in Paris and moved to Houston to be exposed to more opportunities. So I was lucky to be involved in the first private LNG project in Nigeria. And then from there, we proposed to the government of Gabon to start a gas to power project. At that time, there was no gas available. The proven gas reserve of Gabon was 1 TCF, barely. So you can barely run a gas project with 1 TCF for 20 years. And then also there was no gas law.
But in 2019, Gabon introduces the law 002/2019, introduced the gas law into that national hydrocarbon law. So now there is a framework, there is a law. And then also in 2017, Gabon made 3 major discoveries. So we went from 1 TCF proven gas reserve to about 5 TCF. So there is enough gas to run a gas to power project. But still, there is still a power crisis in Gabon, not only in Gabon, but everywhere that I've been in Africa. I went in Central Africa, as West Africa. So I went to Congo. You know, they shut down the electricity, the power around 10 p.m. You go to Nigeria. I went to Nigeria, same thing. There's no electricity. I went to Ghana, same thing. So there is a power crisis everywhere you go in Africa, even if there is natural resources. So we have put together, we have decided to put together a proposal to develop that gas and monetize it, because what African countries don't understand, you know, we go to look for the technology that is already abandoned by developed countries. You know, Gabon is still producing its electricity through diesel. When you look in America, 40% of power is produced by gas. Russia, same thing. Russia produces mainly its electricity through gas. UK, you know, so we still go back to use abandoned technology. You know, well, we have you know, new technology, and we can help our people by using that new technology. So what we have proposed to Gabon is to develop gas. The gas will help to develop the country. So you know, the other thing that you will like to do, you will see in the CFA zone. I don't know if you are familiar with the CFA zone. In the CFA zone, the economy is not industrialized at all. That's the first. That's a fact. You know, there's no, the CFA zone reflects France's economy, which there is no industrialization. It's industrialization. The manufacturing sector is about 8 to 10% of the GDP. Africa zone and France. If you go to Germany is 20%. So that tells you about something. So we are reflecting France's economy. But we think that by monetizing the gas, we can industrialize our country, our zone, our CFA zone. So number one, we don't have to ship our natural resources. So the economy is based on exporting raw materials. So we want to be able to transform it locally. So we think that by developing the gas, we will develop manufacturing. We will so develop the secondary sector of the economy, which is very dormant. You know, the highest industrialized country in Africa is, you know, it's Côte d'Ivoire in West Africa, Senegal. They're about 10-15% the GDP, and then in Gabon, in Central Africa, you know, a little bit Cameroon, Gabon is nothing. So we think that by developing the gas can by monetizing the gas can help it. So we have proposed to the government of Gabon to create a national gas company associating. So 100%. You know, we know that we changed the system recently. Gabon has a transition, and then now the president just got elected. So we cannot be nationalizing. We don't want to go to that side and that extreme. So we want a blending of private, public, association. So that's what we are proposing. So we want public-private partnership, the PPPs. It's very vital for the economy. So by doing so, we will create infrastructure such as CABEF. That's why I supported the pipeline, the regional pipeline. We also saw recently sharing the transmission system. We know that Equatorial Guinea that share 5 megawatt with Gabon. Those are the things that we want to see, develop. So the third point that I want to mention is the fact that you will develop not only the secondary sector of the economy, but the primary too, the agriculture. So if you develop the gas, we will develop the petrochemical sector. If we take Gabon has been in oil and gas business. Gabon was number 2 producer after Nigeria in sub-Saharan Africa. But Gabon never developed its petrochemical sector. So if you develop the petrochemical sector, you will produce fertilizers, and the fertilizer will develop the primary sector of the economy, the agriculture. The agriculture is a subsistence type of agriculture. It's not industrialized. So that's what we think. So it will develop the secondary sector, the primary sector, and it will create regional wealth. It's not, we will live, we won't be poverty like we see everywhere. So those are the ideas that I want to share, that by monetizing the gas, the secondary sector and the primary sector of the economy of those CFA countries that are very poor on those sectors. Those domains are very rudimentary still after 60-some years of independence. So we're still struggling. But we think that the gas can help it. So that's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I would like to extend this question a little bit, and let's talk about CABEF. It's the most important project that we have in Central Africa. And we have Natalie Loom here that I would love to hear your views about how CABEF can impact the industrialization in Central Africa.
Thank you so much, Ada, for this wonderful question. First of all, I want us to go back and kind of understand the context of what we're talking about. We're talking about gas. What type of gas are we talking about? Are we talking about LNG? I think right now, Africa and Central Africa, we're selling some of our LNG. Equatorial Guinea is already doing it with the gas mega hub. We're already seeing it in Ghana. We're seeing it in different countries. LPG as well has been produced. I think most of the Central Africa countries are buying some of the LPGs from Ghana and other countries. For us here, is it about talking about the gas for export, or are we talking about gas for our region? So that's where we need to understand exactly where we want to go with this. I have my brother from the African Energy Chamber, NJ, who always says, drill, baby, drill. I say, gas, baby, gas. So we really need to understand that gas for us is crucial. I'm going to give you a background. Chad, in 2022 was going through a crisis. They had shut down the refinery, and they were not producing diesel. So they were importing diesel. In a month, they were spending about $10 million per month to import diesel. We know what that would do to the environment. What if they had gas from Equatorial Guinea all the way to Chad, what will it do? How many houses will be powered by that gas? So those are the things we need to understand and see how our project, CABEF, comes into play. We want to be able to put pipelines to transport some of the gas that we have in our sub-region, whether it coming from Nigeria, and we're already seeing some of these things happening with the bilateral agreement between Equatorial Guinea and Nigeria, where they're going to be transporting some of that gas. But for export, is it going back to the continent? I don't think so. Maybe Mr. Gabriel can tell me more, because he was one of the initiators of that project, the Mega Hub. So for us, what we want to be able to put in place is to have some of the gas in our sub-region to be transported through the pipeline system that we're putting together to some of these countries. If you want to look at the countries that are already powered by gas, I can say the city of Libreville is about 75% powered by gas. We have Ghana. I think we should not just talk about the sad stories, we should also talk about the really good stories that we have. Ghana at the moment, even though they're exporting, but they are doing what they call local content, where about 70, if you want to give me the Mr. Opon, the Ghana will first power their cities before exporting. So that's what we're trying to do here. We want to be able to put in place pipeline around the sub-region, looking at landlocked countries like Central African Republic, where some of this gas will be shed in those places. So commercialization of gas or gas to power for us means two different things: what is going out and what is being used for our continent. So basically, that's what we are doing with the CABEF project. That's why we're putting in place Africa first. We've heard America first. We want Africa first. But even though we want to do Africa first, we want partners as well to make Africa first. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so, yeah, okay. Just go ahead.
Natalie want to stay here and talk about Africa first. That's a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky because I was recently looking at the petroleum agreement signed with Total and UNOC, and talking about the East African pipeline project that was supposed to pass through Kenya, but after many years of negotiation, it couldn't happen. It had to go through Tanzania. And that's the thing, some of the things we're talking about here. I'm practically happy because this is CABEF. It's not just two countries. When you don't have infrastructure plan accomplished, when you don't have a say, a majority stake in the IOC level, it becomes very difficult to say that you want to feed your country first, especially when it comes to oil, and sometimes when LNG is in place. One of the reasons why the Senegal gas project delayed was because of where the gas was going to go. The IOC is comfortable doing LNG because it's more expensive. Senegal is happy to do pipeline gas to the country for gas to power. Pipeline gas is obviously cheaper, and especially when you have associated gas. Associated gas is cheaper than non-associated gas because that's a gas field. So it depends on what gas you're talking about, and also depends on the infrastructure availability. I believe that this conversation is solid because I strongly believe that we are talking about onshore fields in this particular cases. And as far as the government can guarantee that there is an anchor project to feed in the master plan that will transform into policy, believe me, then you're speaking the same language because there is a demand for the gas. He mentioned fertilizer. That is key. But believe me, you cannot price gas to fertilizer as expensive as gas to power. No matter how gas is cheaper when it goes to power. We run the economics. Gas to fertilizer cannot exceed $2.5 per MMBTU. Whereas if gas is even $9, $10 for gas to power, payment BTU, it still makes economic sense because it's still cheaper than using diesel and other liquid fuel. And also so very environmentally friendly. So I believe in Africa first, and we're going to fight for it. Thank you.
Yeah. So, talking about that, so we need a collaboration. Exactly. Yeah. So and we need a capital. So how we gonna execute this project, right? So a question I have, that's the last question we have for today. So capital investment in infrastructure projects can be particularly challenging in markets with limited credit worth of takers and no sovereign guarantees. So what risk mitigation strategies have proven effective in unlocking capital for such projects in Africa?
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Last 3 years, Ghana wanted to build a gas processing plant. That is the Train 2. And we were not ready to give a sovereign guarantee to back it. Ghana had no form of guarantee. So what did we look out for? I think there are still investors interested in Africa. Still, there are a lot of investors interested in Africa. But the question again has to do with how am I going to get my money back? Okay, so, or how am I going to be involved to be sure that I have a general overlook of the project? So we alluded to PPP and even BOT, so build, operate, own, and transfer after some time, with a gas aggregator. So I believe by now, CABEF is identifying a gas aggregator, because you're going to have several investors with several infrastructure, and they're all coming together to form a universal infrastructure plan. You wouldn't want to do something that was done in Nigeria, where every asset has its own tariff. It makes the gas price very expensive, because you're going to have the commodity price, tariff 1, tariff 2, tariff 3, tariff 4, based on which assets that will come along the pipe. So you're going to have a universal tariff system along the gateway, whereby everybody gets its own share. And when the investors are part of the project, in terms of operating the infrastructure, be it pipeline, be it compressor stations, be whatever got to do with the gas to be moved from one point to the other, they have confidence. So their percentage of overlook in terms of operations, that is one. Let's be transparent. When you're transparent in whatever policy guides the infrastructure, and you're not willing to change it after some time, because what I've realized is that, and I've seen that in Nigeria a lot, because they attract the investor, and the next day they bring another policy. They bring some tax that will take off your revenue, and the investors don't like it. So let's be transparent as much as we can, that they know that their investment are kind of guided, and also preventing from, I would say, vandalism, because you're talking about onshore, so you want to have the stakeholder engagement. And the stakeholder engagement I'm talking here is the people, the neighborhood, assuring them that local content-wise, you're going to go back to them. There are some jobs in Ghana Gas that will never go to anybody out of a city. The people in that city will be given the job because of local content policy. Once the people are involved, they are educated, they wouldn't go near where the pipeline is. I mean, there's so many things that the government need to do to give comfort, to make sure. And collaboration is one. Like I was saying, there's a crude oil product pipeline from Mombasa to Kampala. When Kampala, that's Uganda, discovered crude oil and they wanted to use the same right of way, Kenya resisted for 2 years. They signed the agreement, they came back, and it was negative. Then Tanzania took off the project. Let me tell you that Kenya has regretted so much. So when it comes to CABEF, I'm so proud to the fact that it is several companies, so several countries that understand that they need the gas to power, gas to industrialization, gas to whatever it could be to develop. I'm very happy that I'll be going to Gabon, Cameroon, Congo, and Chad next week for 3 weeks, yes. And I've been engaging ministers, and very great, I know. But I had to go to Abuja to get my child visa.
I know.
I had to pay $250 to get my visa to Congo.
I had to do the same. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I thank our panelists for an insightful discussion. Let this be a call to action for all of us. Together, we can bring light, opportunity, and hope to more people. Thank you again. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll just take that. You left them up there?
I should bring it for you?
You know what? I'll leave them on the table so that when the next speakers come, they actually have it. Can we give a round of applause? Thank you again for unpacking the challenges and the extraordinary possibilities of gas development across Africa. The potential is immense, as all of us can tell, and the moment is right now. So we're going to continue with our fourth panel, and the day is almost over. Well, we have 2 more left, this one and just 1 more. And for the fourth panel, we're going to be talking about optimizing Africa's oil and gas production. And this session is going to dive deep into technology, efficiency, and smart innovation. Africa's existing resources can go much further when empowered by data, AI, and operational excellence. Yes, that's that word, AI, right? It's transforming the entire world. And here to moderate that panel is Mr. Henry Kepeden, energy economist and industry strategist. Please help me welcome Mr. Kepeden.
Thank you, Ms. King. Good afternoon, everyone. I guess I'll speak a little bit loud so that we get everybody a little bit some way of waking up. And it is an absolute honor to welcome you on this vital discussion on basically optimizing Africa production through the use of technology, strategy, and sustainability. Those are the key words that we want to discuss today. A conversation that is not only timely, but essential for shaping the continent. Like we said, Africa is the last frontier, and there's a lot of business to be made in Africa. Africa stands at a very important crossroad with vast reserve oil and gas, as well as resources. The population of Africa is one of the biggest and largest growing population, and that is also a resource as well. It's not just about exporting raw materials, but also a leader in innovation that will drive the future of the industry in Africa. The good news is technology is one of the solutions. As you know, we have a lot of strategies. Strategies. That's great. So, but how are you going to execute? How are you going to execute on all those nice strategies you have? You need resources, you need technology ahead to help you streamline some of the processes and make sure things happen. We have a very fruitful, very smart, intelligent panel who's going to join me in a few minutes to be able to dissect some of the questions we prepare for you. With no further ado, I'm going to invite Chers, which is the founder and CEO of Tekvora. Welcome, Josh. Thank you. Then we're going to have Arthur Ename, which is the Vice President of NOV Business Development of Africa. Welcome, Arthur. Thank you. And then we're going to have Brice Assumption, which is the founder and CEO of Melaga, which is Melaga Services based in Africa and also have some offices in Houston. So, welcome everyone. I think we're gonna get started here. Excuse me. Well, I haven't. Oh, my apologies. I haven't seen you in the afternoon. So come on, my friend. I think I had your name. I was checking on you. Okay, coming in. And then this is on me. I want to introduce our friend, Michelle Mubadiara. Sorry. Thank you for joining us. Didn't see you when we were organizing. So we're going to get really quickly on the top questions that we have. And I'm very glad you guys are here today because we have been talking a lot about things here this afternoon, in the morning, about strategy. And one of the panelists here was talking about the value of data. The value of data in decision making, the value of data for Africa to grow and succeed. So we need to figure out a way to, how can we harness the power of data, the power of technologies to be able to tap into the reserve we have, tap into the value that Africa could bring. So my first question is going to go to Mr. Josh Lefebvre from Techvora, if you may. Let's dive into a strategy question that will be probably in the field that you could understand best. Highlight specific digital technologies and advanced analytics solutions which have delivered the most valuable production improvement, or the one that could deliver as well, when adapted to the Africa geological and operational conditions. How can a company overcome the current challenges in remote and challenging environment? As you realized, remote operation is quite a challenge as well in Africa, and looking in Africa for other investors, it could be a challenge as well. So what can you tell us about it, please?
Thanks for the question, Henry. First, I want to thank Natalie, the chairwoman, for having me. I want to thank CABEF. A little bit more about myself before I jump into the question. My name is Josh Lefebvre, founder and CEO of Techvora. We're primarily focused on digital transformation, on artificial intelligence, specifically for high-impact sectors like oil and gas. And in my opinion, in a lot of areas, the oil and gas sector, it lags behind on some of that AI innovation that many other sectors are dealing with. So I'll mention that a little bit later. But yeah, to jump into my answer, I'll start with an analogy, right? And this is something that I use all the time. So if you can't measure something, you can't control it. And if you can't control it, well then, how are you going to manage it, right? And I'm talking about data. I'm talking about operational efficiency on job sites. You need to be able to manage all of this. And how can you do that? Through data. We're in Texas. As I'm sure you are all aware, there's a lot of fracking that's happening right here in West Texas, right? Very, very popular. Now, areas in Africa, they're not seeing as much, it's not as prevalent in Africa, all this fracking that's happening, right? And part of the reason why is fracking is very, very data intensive. It's very complex. There's a lot of data that's involved in these frac jobs, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So, and in order to process all of this data, in order to manage all of this data, in order to store all this data, in order to analyze it, you need a solid digital backbone, right? You need solid data infrastructure, right? Just like we were talking about oil and gas pipelines transmitting data from point A to point B and all of the infrastructure that's involved in these pipelines, we need that same level of infrastructure for our data. And this is not unique to Africa, right? This is also happening right here in Texas and some of the clients that I'm dealing with. Some of these guys are still using pen and paper on the job sites, if you can believe it. So I guess to frame this in the larger scope, I think we need to look at digital transformation, right? A lot of these companies need to regularly assess, whether they're in the US or whether they're in the US, or sorry, in Africa, they need to regularly assess their digital infrastructure, right? I'm talking things as simple as where are they storing their data, right? Are they using cloud infrastructure? How are they transmitting data? Are they using IoT devices? Where are they storing? How are they analyzing their data? Everybody wants to talk about all of this AI, all of this innovation, but without the right digital infrastructure, how can we even have that conversation about AI when they don't have the foundation in place? So.
Thank you, Mr. Josh.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really great because we know in Africa, data is king. When you have investors coming in, the first thing they ask you about, show me the play, show me the data you have.
Yep.
So if you cannot show the data, how are you going to sell your assets? How are you going to be able to get investors in? And that's actually a good transition. I'm going to ask to one of our distinguished guests here, which is Mr. Brice Melaga. He's a founder and at the same time CEO of the service company that he has in Africa. What he does is really amazing in Africa. And I want to ask him a question specific with somebody who has created a business and is running a business in Africa. It's unique, it's different. So, Mr. Brice, what specific investment opportunities exist for technology companies to drive sustainable practices in Africa oil and gas sector? And what partnership, in terms of models, best ensure share value, such in a way that we could create some level of sustainability across the board? Please, can you help us in that question with regard to your own experience? You're a pioneer in the space, so we would like to know your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry.
Thank you.
So I'm Brice Assobiju. I'm the CEO and founder of Marqué Energy. So Marqué Energy is an oil and gas service company, mostly operating on the upstream system. So what we do is drilling, completion, intervention in oil and gas well. I really want to thank CABEF for this opportunity, Natalie, and the whole team for the amazing job they're doing to help Africa be a kind of, let's say, independent in terms of energy. And we're behind. We think we're bringing some kind of support to make sure that the sustainability of this independence becomes a reality. So we're all putting our hand together to achieve this goal. So, the first question that, I'm going to, let's say, break down your question into three parts by the keyword. So the first keyword is what you mentioned as opportunity. I think what drives us here in Houston, which is what His Excellency Gabriel is chairing, which is the CAPS project, is the huge opportunity for all companies that operate in the oil and gas in general. It could be upstream, midstream, downstream. So CAPS is going to be a huge opportunity for them. CAPS actually cover all sectors. But when we talk about CAPS, I'm going to put the question in other way. So are we trying to bring Africa to be energetically independent? If the answer is yes, then CAPS is part of the solution, not the entire solution. Because what we try to achieve with CAPS is to make sure that we target the majority of the population in Africa. But what is going to drive into the pipelines, oil, gas, or all these products? Where are we going to get the product to make CAPS sustainable? We can build the whole pipeline tomorrow, but we will never have enough product to circulate into the pipeline. So this raises the sustainability projects. And that's why we upstream people intervene. So we need to produce oil and gas. And there was a panelist here, he just left, that was mentioned about reserve exploration or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, so once we explore, with this intervention of the upstream system, we got to bring the sustainability of the CAPs. But it's not only that intervention. Of course, we need to make sure that what we found as reserve are enough to be able to ensure that CAPS becomes a project that lives, let's say, many, many, many years. But how to do that? Having some reserve doesn't mean that you'll be able to produce them. Are we okay? I mean, we can form some reserve, but they cannot be commercial. Why?
Not commercially viable. Yeah.
Because of the cost, of the production cost. Why? Because of the project, because of technology, because of infrastructure, because of many, many factors. So local companies step in now and bring this reserve commercialism. So all the technology, and this brings us into the third keyword, which is how the company can interact with international company to make sure that we are sustainable. I mean, interaction here is going to be the emphasizing of the local content in terms of technology transmission, and in terms of training, in terms of giving the local company the whole right and the whole support to be 100% independent in terms of oil and gas. So let's put it this way. What happens if tomorrow, because we're relying on the production sharing agreement, we build up everything and then somebody say, okay, I'm not giving you my part anymore. We already found it somewhere in Africa where our big brother, our father, built a big refinery. They did not have anything. They don't have any product to use his refinery. So he could have maybe starting by acquire some concession, some field, starting doing some oil and gas production himself, selling one part and bringing one part on his refinery, and he will never have had this problem. So for us to make sure that we are 100% sovereign in all these aspects, we need to make sure that we think in all aspects. When we talk about CABs, we talk about energy sovereignty. I want to underline this word. We have to be 100% sovereign. And we cannot rely to someone to be sovereign. It's just like you keeping your money in somebody's pocket and then you say you have money. What happens if it goes to your money? Then you have nothing, right? So we have to make sure that we own all these aspects 100%, and then we can start, speaking aloud and say, okay, we got to be sovereign in 1, 2, 3, 4 years. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brice. And I'm going to go to Mr. Michel Mobadiara from Pizzolab. If you may, please, can you share with us what are the technology right now you guys have been using to grow your business? And how does it going to be able to serve Africa in terms of sustainability and growth? Can you share some few ideas of things you guys have been implementing the last few years? Thank you.
Thank you for all people. I'm from Gabon. I'm from a small village in Gabon. The name of this village is Houston. It's my first time in Houston. But the US driller, where he come in Gabon, he drilled the wells. And the villager and these guys make children. And we call it this village Houston. It's a very amazing story. When I come in Houston, I say, oh, it's my village. Thank you to Houston. Thank you for this meeting, because we create a new future of Africa outside continent. So for me, I work for 2 companies, levier and Moben. So for explain something, when you have entrepreneurs in Africa, one guy say, I want to make oil industry, I want my wells, I want drilling, I want to make something. The first things before to make business in oil and gas is geology. The first thing is geology. And for my challenge is to help a local company to understand geology. I think in your iPhone and Samsung, you have a new friend. The name is ChatGPT. I think all people have ChatGPT, is a EY. We use this technology for implementing all geology understanding. If you want to understand what is exactly the story of Africa, Africa and South America is linked in the past. We say in Cretaceous, America and Africa. And the beautiful stories is the rifting, plate South America and Africa is the part. And you have one sea, Atlantic Sea is opening. You start Gabon to South Africa, you have a same complexity salt. And you have two systems, pre-salt and post-salt. After Gabon to Morocco, you have a shale. Shale and salt is the same work, same properties. If you understand the complexity of Brazil, Basin, Santos, Campos, Espírito, and Angola, you make a big model, you have a big vision of what is the best target, where we can drill. That is our hawk. We use EY for find best technology, for find the beautiful geology when you can drill for find the oil. Second thing is infrastructure. Something changed the industry in Gabon. You have a Port-Gentil is an island, and before the road, we use boat 4 hours to connect it Port-Gentil to the onshore fields. With the new road, 40 minutes. Okay. The road changed the life of company, the road and the bridge. The first infrastructure we need in Africa is the road. Okay. The last thing is the pipe. I can find a beautiful fields with a good volumes, but the challenge is a swamp area. How I can connect in my swamp area to airborne or to refineries. We need a pipe. Africa have a good opportunities. Africa have a business. Actually, I have small numbers. 40 major fields in Africa are recovering 25% of all. We need the services. We need to develop our services, like an artificial lift, conversion to natural flow, to ESP pump or PCP pump. We need our services for independence of our energies. If you come back in 5 years, you can look with coronavirus, all activities stop in Africa. Coronavirus time, nothing to produce. If we have our services, we can drill, because Africa needs to drill, because it's a big laboratory. We have a big object we need to drill. Yeah. For me, CAPS is beautiful, but if I drill, I find all reserve. I certify my reserve. I think the financial could help me to finance a project. For first me is a reserve. We can use AI for calculation data, for compilation data, and propose a beautiful story for energy.
Thank you so much. I guess your topic is actually transitioned very well to basically our friend here, Archer, which is part of NOV. How successful operators in Africa are leveraging technology like artificial intelligence, remote monitoring systems, predictive maintenance to significantly reduce operational cost? Because all investors here, all business leaders here, is all about cost and then revenue, while improving safety and production efficiency. So please, can you give us a perspective from your point of view, from your business point of view, so we could share that with the team? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, for allowing me to share some perspective here. But before I go on, and I would like to thank CABEF and Nathalie for the invitation, for having us. Thank Honorable Minister Gabriel, President of CAPS, which I've been following with these very exciting projects, which we would like to be part of the solution. So, and also before I dive into responding to the question, I would like to say a few words about NOV and what it is. I'm not sure how much people that are here know about that company. It's an American company, Houston-based. Headquarters is here, and it's operating worldwide and also in Africa. So, being an African, I'm very proud to be here today. because this is a technology company. So being part of a technology company, how do I leverage the portfolio that we have to support this demanding or this pressing demand that is put out there to figure out how to reduce energy poverty. And today we're talking about CABEF. So I will highlight a few points on how NOV can help. So we talked about the reserves, we talked about AI, we talked about reservoirs, and so on. So if I go on the upstream sector, for instance, so we know that in our area there are proven reserves, but we need to go into new frontiers to discover more reserves, right? So that we make sure that the feedstock is there to fuel the industry. So in going into new frontiers today, it requires to go in deeper water depths, offshore, and so on. And sometimes it requires to use new technologies where we don't have maybe capabilities sitting in countries where operations are actually conducted. So one thing that NOV does is on the recent drilling platforms, drilling rigs, we actually have technology that enables the tool that you're using to actually drill, to communicate with cloud-based platforms, and this can allow you to read the data remotely. You can even operate the rig remotely. So these things can go into the places where you have the expertise, and this expertise can support the operation that is conducted in Africa. So this is one way that we can use technology to run the operations, tap into the knowledge that is not sitting in the country where it is actually needed, and this is fantastic, I believe. So talking about, today we're talking about a pipeline system. We also have a game-changing technology that is called Zaplock. So as opposed to pipelines that are welded, because you know that when you're building a pipeline, the simple way to do it is to have pipes that you weld one after another. And this is very capital intensive, human capital intensive, so you use a lot of people to do this. You need a lot of skilled people, sometimes that we don't have on location where it is done. So in order to fast-track projects, to reduce the execution time and also accelerate the time to the market for the products that we want to get to the points where it is used. So this technology actually allows you to build a pipeline without welding. At every joint, where you are spending, I don't know, maybe hours because you have to weld, and then you need to do the testing to ensure that your welding is, you have integrity. You're just taking your pipes and mechanically you put them together, and the whole process takes 10 minutes or less. Wow. And overall, for the project, you reduce the time at least by 50%. And I think this can be very helpful for this kind of project. So that's what I wanted to highlight. So beside using also AI to have predictive maintenance when the asset or when the infrastructure is already operating, we use Internet of Things and also sensors to collect a lot of data which are fed into the platforms that are already functional today, and which can be, they use all this data, they analyze them, and help human to come up with informed decision that will allow the a maximum uptime of the infrastructure. So I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, actually. That was really interesting. I guess Josh, you want to add something?
Yeah. Can I add something to that? Again, great response. Before starting TechVora, I actually worked at Microsoft for many, many years and helping out global clients with cloud, data, and AI there. And I like to think that I was at the forefront of innovation. But to discuss some of the stuff that I'm seeing right now with my clients and what I'm seeing in the field is truly remarkable. So at TechVora, we work a lot with hydraulic fracturing firms. Specifically, we work a lot with completion engineers. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with what completion engineers do, but a lot of it is just staring at this big monitor all day, looking at all these crazy intense graphs. There's so much data. One completion engineer might be monitoring maybe 10 wells at best, if they're lucky, right? There's a lot of data in front of them, and they're looking for deviations in water pressure, in chemicals, in pump pressure, all of these different things that can go wrong on a site at any given time. And these completion engineers, they're humans, right? They make mistakes. They call in sick. They take bathroom breaks, right? So one of the things that I'm actually seeing right now, and that we're actually building for our clients, I don't know if you guys have heard of these, but AI agents, right? Truly, truly remarkable technology. And what these AI agents are allowing us to do is where one completion engineer, maybe at best, could monitor 10 job sites. These AI agents can monitor up to 400 sites at any given time. Like I said, and for those of you who are not aware of what AI agents are, they're intelligent programs that can take in massive amounts of data and act on that data in real time, just like a completion engineer. And basically, these AI agents, they don't sleep, right? They work around the clock. They don't take bathroom breaks. They don't call in sick. Truly remarkable technology. And in fact, we're building a lot of these AI agents, these intelligent programs at TechVora. So yeah, I'd love to talk more about these. So again, if anybody after the panel wants to come talk to me or my team, I'd be happy to discuss more of these and some of the things that we're seeing in the field right now.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to have a lot of opportunity to talk to all the panelists here. I cannot keep them longer, but after this session, please feel free to talk to all of those leaders in the oil and gas sector, because the beauty about them is they are in Africa. They are in the waters. They understand what is happening out there, and they will tell you exactly what is happening here for real. So I want to thank the panel. I want to thank CABEF, and I want to thank Nathalie Lum, the chairwoman, for really bringing us together. We could spend hours on here, but we were trying to give you a base piece about what African technology is, what is happening in Africa from the technological standpoint, but also how we could balance technology from here to Africa and negotiate and balance energy back and forth. As I said, Africa is a growing continent, but data is a king. Data, without data, there's no investment. There's no data, there's no caps. Without data, there is no completion. Without data, it's in oil and gas. Because we need money, we need data to be able to make decisions, and those decisions will drive the spends we're going to make. So thank you, everybody. And then that was a great day. Thanks. Thank you.
Test. Can you guys hear me? It looks like my mic is. Can you hear me? Still hear me? Still good? I guess the mic is tired as well. Can you give our panelists a huge round of applause, please? So we are going to pivot right now and do an award presentation to the chairwoman of CABEF, Ms. Natalie Loom, by representatives of the 18th Congressional District of Texas. Can we please have them come up? A round of applause as they come up. It's a great thing to be recognized for the work that you do, not just in Africa, but all across the globe. So this is a very, very significant award for Ms. Natalie Loom, the chairwoman of CABEF and the entire CABEF team.
Your Excellency, thank you so much, and we welcome you back to the city of Houston. I remember almost 3 years ago in 2022 when we had our Houston Africa Energy Summit, and along with then Mayor Turner, you guys really led the entire discussions about how the U.S. and Africa can really hand-to-hand engage in this dialogue. And for us, Son of Africa, we're really proud of you. And Natalie, we can say much about you. If you can please come on stage, and we have something for you. And just to say briefly about my colleague Jessica and I, a year ago we were at the city of Houston. I was the Deputy Director of Trade and International Affairs, and my colleague Jessica was the Chief of Protocol. But now we work for the U.S. House of Representatives on the 18th Congressional District. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazda, and of course we're here on behalf of the 18th Congressional District of Texas, but also on behalf of the United States government as well. So we just want to congratulate CABEF for this milestone. This is a very great, I would say, continue U.S.-Africa engagement. I had the honor of going to Africa, and I loved it. So this is a very welcoming region for all non-Africans, businesses, and individuals who are interested in Africa. We welcome, and we have a little bit of certificate of appreciation for Ms. Natalie and our entire team for, and I'm gonna read part of the certificate. So, thank you. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of the constituents of the 18th Congressional District of Texas, we take great pride in recognizing your outstanding leadership, Natalie, dedication, and visionary efforts for hosting the Central Africa Business Energy Forum under the theme, Unlocking Africa, a New Era of Energy and Opportunities. Your commitment to advancing energy development, regional cooperation, and the sustainable infrastructure across Central Africa is simply remarkable. Through CABEF, you have created a vital platform for collaboration and innovation, helping unlock the region's vast energy potential and promote long-term economic growth. So finally, your efforts are most deserving of the respect and admiration of the United States Congress. So congratulations.
If you don't mind, I don't want to get this award by myself. It's too heavy for me. Your Excellency, Minister Gabriel, please, this is because of what you've done, and for me to receive this, I cannot receive it by myself. Please, would you come and take a picture with us if you don't mind?
Congratulations, Ms. Natalie Loom and the entire team of CABEF. So, we're slowly coming to the end of our time together. Has this been good? Has it been informative? Did you meet some new people? Did you network? Will we see you in Africa? That was a weak yes. Okay, one taker. So we're going on to our last panel discussion for today. And that's going to be about powering communities, something that I know the chairwoman of CABEF is very, very passionate about. It's not just about building the pipelines and talking about drill, baby, drill. We're talking about empowering communities. And so our final panel is going to center around the conversations and around people, ensuring that clean energy reaches rural communities, especially women and the most vulnerable populations all across Africa. And here to moderate that panel for us is Miss Lady B. Bless. I think her name ties in with this panel, right? Empowering people, and her name is Miss Lady B. Bless. She's the co-chair of the African and Caribbean Energy Network. Please help me bring to the stage Miss Lady B. Bless.
Everyone. How has everyone's day been? Hopefully it's been excited. I see I missed the food. That's okay. I'm Lady B. Bless. I am the co-chair of the African and Caribbean Energy Network, and I'm here today, and it's a pleasure to be here to have this wonderful discussion with my distinguished group of panelists. So today we are going to examine the importance of community engagement, local capacity building, and equity distribution in ensuring the long-term sustainability and social impact of clean energy projects in Central Africa and beyond. Our discussion today will focus on ways to empower local communities, promote inclusive development, and ensure that the benefit of clean energy create access to clean cooking, to the most vulnerable and underserved population. I'm going to bring my panelists to the board, to the floor. Ms. Ileana Ferber, she is the CEO of CABEF Business Development, LLC, and she's also a local content expert. I am so interested in hearing what she has to say. My second panelist is Mr. Madi Deshour. He's the CEO of Tawara Energy Canada. My third panelist is Ms. Yolanda Asum. She is the CEO of iCube Farm, and she's the founder of Africa HR Forum. And last but not least, we have Mr. Jean-Paul Belachai, and he is the founder and CEO of Great Heart Global. I am so happy to have everyone here with me today. And I thank you guys for coming, taking your time for being with us to have this interesting conversation. But before I start, I want each panelist to take about 2 minutes to introduce themselves and tell us a little about what you do. Ms. Ileana, you could start first.
Hello, hello. Okay, yeah. So, good afternoon. I hope everybody found some coffee, but I promise I'll try to keep you awake. I'm awake now with those lights. But I'm Ileana Ferber. I'm originally from Venezuela, born and raised there. And professionally, I would say that I was born and raised with ExxonMobil, which I stayed until 3 years ago when I decided to go independent and found my own consulting firm. I'm just the only employee. And what I do is I advise on local content. local economic development, localization, in-country value, whatever you name it. It's my passion. It's what I've been trained and have experienced, gained experience, and have gathered knowledge, and it's my passion. So I support countries that are resource rich, help them to avoid getting into the resource course. How? By explaining how economic growth and prosperity can be achieved through local content. And I support both, public sector, private sector. I'm a big promoter of PPP. And the other thing is that I'm supporting also the CABEF group as part of the advisory board on local content. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Maddie?
So my name is Madinge Jasro. I'm originally from Chad. For those who know, Chad is a landlocked country. I'm based in Montreal. I've been working for transmission line design. I'm a transmission line design specialist for the last almost 16 years. I do support projects in Africa, like West African Power Pool. I did some project in Cameroon, Tanzania, Togo, Benin, and also Niger. So basically, what I'm really passionate about, it's bringing power, bringing light to people home. And also, I'm very dedicated about bringing African engineers up to the skills and also using innovative ways of doing transmission line design. So I'm doing a lot of trainings.
Hello, good evening. My name is Yolanda Asumu. I am the CEO of iCube Farm and the founder of the Africa HR Forum. I have a little thing that I do want to share. You know, the president of the CAPS project mentioned that Equatorial Guinea has been producing for a long time. I was actually in Equatorial Guinea when the first drop of condensate came out of the pipeline, and so it was a very exciting experience. And since then, over 30 years ago, I have been seeing the development that has been happening on the continent, and it is really, really exciting. The reason that I am happy to be on this panel today as well is the fact that my team and I are working to make Africa the next workforce hub of the 21st century. We work to do training, development, and we help companies to recruit the top talent on the continent. And so I'm happy to be here today with our fellow panelists, and I'm looking forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jean-Paul?
Hey, thank you, Ms. Lady, for the privilege. Try this one. Okay, much better. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jean-Paul Berechai, and I just want to thank the organization to have us here today. Being part of this panel here, speaking of renewable energy is something that is personal for myself. I grew up in the Congo, where I was born and raised, in a rural community, if you want, without access to energy, meaning electricity and clean water, for pretty much all my childhood up until I was a teenager. I saw the electric light for the first time when I was 12-year-old. This is very, it's a topic that is very dear for myself. I moved to the US, immigrated to the US 2009, and ever since my background is electrical engineer. I also have an MBA, currently doing my DBA in business administration. However, my life in the US has been in renewable energy, where I work as an executive on technical and project management. I have under my, I would say my resume, 15 megawatts or 15,000, 15 gigawatts or 15,000 megawatts of electrical green energy capacity installed in the US throughout the East, West, Hawaii, altogether solar PV and battery storage. And to me, having that in my belly, I was able to use that energy to say, how can I give back? So my wife and I, we put together Greyheart Global. This is a nonprofit, Arizona-based in Phoenix, where my wife is a registered nurse. We work together to provide a clean energy solution to vulnerable community. And not only that, but also healthcare, education. And on the clean energy side, that's where I pretty much provide solution, including solar panels and battery storage to vulnerable people's home and hospital and school. And that's why I'm here today as part of my partnership with CABEF to have a footprint in more than 11 countries in Africa. And I'm very proud to be part of the panel today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is the mic coming through? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let's give our panelists a hand for making it through. Definitely. And as you know, this is powering communities, ensuring sustainable and equitable access to clean energy. So, John Paul, I want to give the first question to you, just to piggyback off of what you just said that you went through and the foundation of what started you on the road to getting your Global Heart started. So what are the most effective frameworks for community engagement in Central Africa that can ensure clean energy projects aligned with the local priorities, also to achieve genuine community buy-in and sustainable support throughout the project life cycle?
Very great question, right? So you don't show up into vulnerable communities, whether here in the US, because Global Arts Global also work to the Navajo Nation, Native American in the US, who also have low rate of access to electricity. So we also help them to get clean energy on their home and hospital and school. But you don't show up to those communities, either here in America or in Africa or South America. We also have project in Peru that is going to be implemented. So you don't show up again just to give a solution to those people. Some of them will look at you as a threat because they don't understand what you are doing. What is electricity? Why you want us to have those lights? Who are you? Where are you coming from? So you want to get them involved at the emphasis or initiation phase of the project. You want to get community leaders. You want to get local authorities. You want to create a task force where they are engaged so that when you implement those projects, when you bring a solution, for example, the microgrid that we are planning to bring after 12 or 24 months here, we're going to be scaling up to 1 megawatt microgrid. Depends on the need, that's going to go up to 5 megawatt or 10 megawatt. But those are going to be community solar batteries for communities. The more they are involved, the more they will receive it. And the World Bank have some statistic. There is a rate of failure if you are not engaging with the community. About 35% of projects fail for lack of community engagement. So the framework here is community engagement, but at early stage. Not only the people, but also experts. For example, environmentalists, because you want to make sure what we do is also aligning with the United Nations sustainability goal for environmental preservation, right? You don't want to destroy the ecosystem. You want to make sure everything is alignment, and that's how you're going to create a platform or framework for success.
Thank you so much. And I want to open a question to the other panelists if they have any feedback or any of your experience on that same way. How do you go into the community and have them buy into the project? And how do you sustain the project for the life cycle of the project? Go ahead.
In this case, I think from both perspectives, from the government perspective and from the private sector perspective, I think it's important to create sustainable mechanisms that are not just like a band-aid that you do for the moment for both the communities and the project. It's important to address and understand the needs of both, what our operators need and how can those needs be met, but also what are the needs of the communities, of the supply market, of the workforce, and then do a gap analysis and with that, then how we can close those gaps, but how we can match opportunities for collaboration, for partnerships. So it's important, whatever is developed, especially policies or requirements or frameworks, that they are fit for purpose. Because not what works in one country doesn't work in other. And we're talking now, in this case of Central Africa, it's a region. So we're talking about more than one country. It's going to be challenging, but it's not impossible. But time, information gathering, and understanding the needs and managing expectations is very important, especially for community, because the communities, if you don't listen to them, the risk of a big project is not that there's going to be malaria or it's going to be an incident, a blow up. It's the community. The community can block the entrance of a project. And I'm come from Venezuela, and they did that. So the losses associated with political unrest is one thing, but the community, because they are not listened to, those are worse.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You just can't go in. You have to have a plan. You have to speak to the leaders. You have to speak to the elders. Yolanda, do you have any thought on that?
Yeah, basically, for example, if you apply that to a linear project, for example, CAP project or any transmission line project, people has to put boots on ground and go and talk to those people in advance, get them involved. Because, for example, for a transmission line project, one project that I was involved on, it was in 2011, it was in Cameroon. It was, the power was produced near Gabon border in Mamvele, and then we have to transport this power all the way to Yaoundé. So the study was done by a consulting group in Canada. I was part of this team. And when we went there to actually implement what we call PI, for the future transmission line, we were instructed to not talk to people over there, to explain them, because there was some compensation issues before us. So when we get there, people are very hostile to us. And because of that, it's very difficult for us to get the work done. And if we use local authorities in order to facilitate those things, all those frustrated people gonna always be against those kind of projects. Yeah. And the second question that they ask you also is like, are we gonna get electricity for this project? But I basically have to tell them no, because this is a transport transmission line, it's not a distribution. So I have to carry the power from their village, take it all the way to Yaoundé, because there is no plan to have any substation in between. So those information has to be shared also with the local population. They have to understand the whole goal of the project to facilitate the work.
Thank you so much. One more thought, Ms. Yolanda, before we move on to the next question.
Yes, I did have a brief thought about this, and I think the president of the CABEF project actually mentioned it. I do feel as though public-private collaborations really do help in order to facilitate the information gap that is usually between the project coordinators and the community. Once you do have the buy-in of a lot of the public sector, that helps to transmit the needs or the problem and the solution to the community. And those relationships are very, very important. So I do agree that it's necessary for there to be public and private collaboration, and the management of that is very important, getting the buy-in and lobbying for the projects.
Thank you so much. I picked up the key takeaway is having the community involved from the ground, from the start. You can't build something for the community without the community. It just doesn't make sense. So definitely we're going to move into the investment process of this. You can't go in and build a product without having investors. So this question is for Ms. Ayalina, and I know I'm probably saying her name wrong, my Spanish. We're going to talk about investor needs now. So how have policies framework in Central Africa energy development successfully balance investors' needs with the community interests, and what improvements can be made to strengthen the protection for the vulnerable population while still attracting essential investments.
Great, thank you. So that question has two pieces. So I try to kind of build my points so that I'm clear with. The first part is about policy frameworks. And we know that Africa has a lot of countries that are resource rich and different. It's not just oil and gas, it's mining, and now it's also renewable. So in terms of policy frameworks, a lot of those countries have developed or have created local content policies or local content requirements, even also local content legislations or regulation. I like to call it local content requirements because I've seen, and through my experience and what I've seen from other countries, you don't have to have a law to have a country or operators or all the key stakeholders to do local content. It's a given, it's done. And from personal experience, from an operator, even if you operate in a country that doesn't have a local content policy, local content efforts and plans and implementation and monitoring, it happens at the early stages. So that is part of one mechanism of this policy framework. The other is to have structures, PPPs, public-private partnerships, because that's important. And then those agreements that are happening in PPP contracts, now I've seen that there are clauses related to social investment. So that will address the needs of the community. And not just if the needs, it's strategically addressing what will benefit the communities, because just giving them an X-ray machine for free where you don't have a technician, or where you don't have nurses, or where you don't have no one that can operate that, it's not a gift, it's a waste of money and resources. So strategically addressing the needs of the community. And then the third part of the policy is environmental and social impact assessment, what we call the ECAs. Now, they have been strengthened, and now there is a big component addressed to the social part, not just the environmental, which has always been important, but now the social, because they have seen that the impact to the communities is very significant. So to address the other part of the question is how can we strengthen, and also how to balance the needs of the operators and the needs of the communities. It's not about finding which one to support, or both needs to be addressed, both need to be listened, and try to find common areas. But one important thing is that from the investor perspective is they're expecting clear and transparent, fit for purpose, stable policies or regulations. And they also can get, as a way of incentive, governments can provide tax breaks or easy in the processing permitting. We know in the exploration phase, permitting takes a lot of time, and that slows the whole process in any phase. For the community perspective is the inclusion of benefit sharing mechanisms. So there are now contracts or agreements that address specifically the communities. And then what's the role of the government? It's as a mediator, as an amalgamator of how this is going to happen, and balance the two of them. And to finalize, how can we strengthen those frameworks is really we need to develop, reinforce, and update grievance mechanisms. Because how do we know that communities are being affected? We need to communicate. For an example, the CABEF project, there have to be a campaign or a big effort in addressing and doing public consultations. And the public consultation is not asking, do you like this or not? Is, hey, there's going to be a lot of work that we're going to interrupt and cause a lot of noise, dust. They need to be prepared. So reinforce those grievance mechanisms and attract investment, different parts. So I'm just going to leave it at that. It's too many ideas, but there are ways to make a balance between the both.
Thank you, I appreciate the thought. And once again, community involvement and communication is the key. So we want to protect the investors also, but we also want to protect the community. Any other thoughts on that? You guys, if you could just do your mic and go ahead and speak.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And thanks, Eliana, for elaborating on that aspect of partnership or legal policies around creating those solutions for energies to the communities. But one aspect I wanna highlight is, of course, there are work to be done to improve on those policies, but there are already places where policy exists. And it's just a matter of creating a task force between stakeholders to have a recurrent assessment meetings to evaluate how this is going. Sometimes it's just that the policy are not being implemented or there is no follow through. And those are the show blocker, those are the roadblocks, if you want, that pretty much kill some of the projects that we have on the table for our communities. So one thing is to have policy, the other one is to implement those policies, creating a framework or platform to follow through to ensure those are being implemented. And this is a call to action, especially for decision makers in Africa, government, and other stakeholders, private investors. When it comes to the PPA, private-public partnership, so we need to leverage that follow-through efforts, because sometimes we sign and we go. And what happened after is there is no follow-through. You went to this government office, to the other one, they don't know that even existed, and you're just kind of stuck in the middle. So I witnessed those. Recently we were in Congo to execute some projects, so I know what I'm talking about. We need to ensure there is a campaign to implement those policies, not only to sign them. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. No thought? Okay. Mr. Maddie?
Yeah, basically we need to find a way to make the project attractive to the community. For example, one of the things we can do, for example, any linear project like cabs or transmission line project, when it's going through the community, most of the time the project is just going through the community. We create small temporary jobs, which is basically just labor work, okay? For the community to own those projects, we need to get them involved and create permanent jobs. For caps, I don't know, but for transmission line, what we do, one of the things is the maintenance of the easement of the line, the right-of-ways, okay? Usually, when we come, we open up everything, we build our line, but it's very costly to maintain those easements. So instead of the utility sending back his crew to maintain it, we make contracts, small contract with those communities for the maintenance. So they have income on a yearly basis, and this is a way to get them attract and accept the project.
Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. That is one of the main things with the community. You have to create the local content, and you have to go into employment. And we have the HR queen right here. So that's an excellent segue. Thank you for bringing that up. So we're going to segue into Ms. Yolanda, because she is the African HR Forum. And when we talk about employment, she is the go-to person on it. So my question for you, Ms. Yolanda, how can local capacity building programs be structured to create sustainable employment opportunities while ensuring the long-term operational sustainability of clean energy system in Central Africa and beyond communities in those areas with limited technical expertise? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for that question. I'm honored to be able to answer it. At the beginning of the conference today, Madam Mayor Pro Tem mentioned something which I have not forgotten. She mentioned that we need to focus on people. We need to also focus on the process and the possibilities. Then, in the last session, our Madam Chairwoman mentioned something important too, our purpose, which is that we want to build a pipeline. So, mentioning all four of these things, the people, the process, the possibilities, and our purpose, I honestly feel like we need to now start looking at another P, or two Ps, our people pipeline. So we need to develop our people pipeline alongside the LNG pipeline, the gas pipeline, the oil pipeline. We need to have also our people pipeline. And in order to develop that people pipeline, I think that we really need to begin to pool our resources. Okay, on the continent, we have a lot of talent. But in my opinion, we don't have a system in order to organize that talent. And so a recommendation as an HR professional would be to develop systems around the organization of talent, whether it's on the continent or in the diaspora, in order to understand what talent we actually have. Because it has been mentioned that, and it is my personal opinion, that our most valuable resource is our people. We look at gas, we look at oil, we look at gold and all of that, but I feel we overlook the most valuable resource, which is our people. And I think that we need to begin to invest in our people in order to develop the continent, to develop the economy, and that's where we will get the sustainability that my fellow panelist was mentioning. So I think it's very important that we also have systems for education. And one of the big advantages that we do have in the continent is that technology has really advanced over time. So we no longer need the chalkboard with the white chalk. We can actually develop systems that can educate large groups of people if we have enough electricity and the technology in order to build training programs that will be systematic for everyone, so that everyone will have the same educational standard for working on a project such as this. We talked about when the project was being presented, it was mentioned that we need to have a standard for how the work is going to be done. Okay, in order to have a standard for how the work is going to be done, the people who are doing the work need to have a standard way of doing work as well. So I feel like at this point, maybe that we could look at how to build that people pipeline along with the project. And that would help it to be sustainable, and then we can look at how we can grow the energy sector on the continent.
Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. Education is the key, but you need the energy in order to fund the education, sort of like drive the education. You can't educate anyone in the dark. You can't fight poverty if you can't turn on the lights. So you're absolutely right. So Jean-Paul, do you have any feedback on that question?
No, Yolanda nailed it, and I'm a little bit impressed by how she's summarizing everything from the morning till now. How do you remember all of that? But that's great, from the mayor to all the intervention here. So I just want to add a little bit to that we are all responsible to some way when it comes to education. Everyone, to whatever you're doing at your level. If you're a government, you are responsible for national education program. You know, based on the government agenda for 10, 20, 30 years, what are the key education that need to be added into the system to prepare your youth of today, which is the leaders of tomorrow, to be able to tackle the challenge. Now, at the non-government level, for example, what we do, CABEF and everyone, we need to look at what is the need for our projects in terms of skills, right? And create program to train people that we hired or we collaborate with in a community level. For example, the project that 2 weeks ago we were in Kisangani in Eastern DRC to install renewable energy to one of the hospitals taking care of the sickle cell anemia children. They are, in that region, it's pretty much like the only hospital for more than like 300 children. They came regularly there to take health care. But that hospital did not have access to electricity. So we had to create a 2-kilowatt system to give them also battery system for 4 kilowatt hours in order for them to have at least 12 to 14 hours of off-grid power to be able to operate overnight. And now that hospital become also an emergency center. But we have to train local people to be able to maintain the system, to operate the system in case of emergency, in case they have technical issues. And I want to add to the gender equity there also that women need to be part of those training. We don't want to look at those in Africa to be, technical, the trade kills are for men. No, women also need to be part of that. So in Kisangani, we have women technicians that's gonna also help to maintain the system or to troubleshoot the system. And that's what you do. At all levels, everyone is responsible. That's what I want to say.
Thank you so much for that thought. Anyone else? Jump right in. Don't be afraid.
Yeah, I think for the fortunate one that has the opportunity to learn new skills, to learn new ways using technology to do their work, as an African, I think we have to find a way, as I always said it, to die empty. That means whatever you learn, you have to give it back to the youth or the new generation coming in. And myself and my partner over there from Bezalel, we have been training engineers in Africa for the last 5 years and so. We did it in Congo, Tanzania, Tunisia, I don't remember. But basically, our goal is to give whatever we learn, the way we learn to do successful projects, we give it back to the young engineers.
Thank you so much. I'm really impressed by that. We have to die empty. So all the knowledge and all the information, we're not just taking it in for ourselves, we have to give it back out. And you're absolutely right about women being a driving force with far as education and community involvement. Women have to be involved. It's a human right. So definitely I appreciate the input and we'll move on to Mr. Maddie. Your question is next. I know you're ready and prepared. We talked about infrastructures. So what equitable benefit sharing mechanism can ensure that the community hosting the energy infrastructures in Central Africa receive tangible economic advantages, right? And how can these arrangements be structured to provide long-term sustainable benefits?
That's a very interesting question. I think we covered a little bit through the other intervention through community, how, So we have to see those projects as a trade. Even when you build a transmission line, let's say, for example, to connect Kenya to Ethiopia, you have to see it as it's not the power going from A to B, but you have to design it in a way that it actually can go from B to A as well, okay? Because it's a trade. If you put that in parallel, for example, the East Coast network between Quebec and New York. Quebec mostly supply power to New York, okay? But what people don't know, Quebec buy power also sometime. Because it's a trade. So when 1 kilowatt produced by hydroelectric costs more than 1 kilowatt produced by gas, Quebec store the water they have and they buy what is cheaper in the market. So if you bring that to the community, okay, when we build a project, we have to think about, let's say, the project is going through the community. What can we do to make sure that those people, they get something out of it. Benefit out of it. We're gonna maybe, their need is not the power. Their need is maybe to have access road, okay? Us, to build this pipeline, we need to build access road anyways, because we cannot bring equipment there to build the pipeline or the transmission line without access road. So can we actually know where those people want those access road and help them out? Because we want to build those. We can also provide them quota on labors. Each community, let's say they're going to have a quota on hiring for the project itself. And last thing, we have to find a way to also create a high pay job in the community. Correct. So through the life cycle of the project, we have to find a way to train skilled workers that are from this community. It's not going to be all of them, it's going to be few, but it's going to make those people proud. This is how I see it.
Thank you so much. You're absolutely right. Community involvement is the key takeaway during this whole panel discussion. You have to get the community involved. Any other thoughts on that aspect of making sure that the infrastructures have long-term sustainable benefits for the community? Jump on?
Yeah, I can jump in. No, thank you so much. Long-term sustainable benefit. I know there is private investment, part of the energy, and I'm on the non-profit side, and my intervention will be limited to non-profit intervention, which means to improve people's life, to empower people's life in a sustainable way, meaning that they are capable to improve. The solution is capable to improve people's life. Imagine this child who never had a light in his life, and all of a sudden there is a light on the roof. And this child used to sleep at 6 or 7 p.m. because there is no electricity to study. Now the child has a chance to study almost up to 10 or 9 p.m. You're adding 4 hours to this child for education. You're adding time for the teacher to prepare for lessons. You're adding, time to the hospital to give emergency care. You're adding time to industry or to company to sell or to produce goods. You are transforming community. You are transforming lives. You are empowering life. You are developing the system. According to the World Bank, one of the reasons why developing countries are still underdeveloped because of lack of energy. So providing energy solution to communities is a must if you want to get to the development stage. And now with technology that we have nowadays, there is a possibility that Africa, in the next 5-10 years, if we can reduce the gap into the access to electricity, which is right now by 80% of sub-Saharan African population do not have access to electricity. If you can break that gap down to half, which is the goal for the Global Alliance, they want to give power to 300 million people in 5 years. If we can do just that, you're talking about Africa GDP skyrocketing. And that's the level of sustainability we want to see. That's the level of development we want to see. That's the goal. I believe that at Greyheart Global, in partnership with CABEF, we have the ambitious vision to be participants to reducing that gap in order to get Africa to skyrocket.
Definitely. Thank you so much. I thank all our panelists today. Give them a round of applause. I appreciate everyone. I hope everyone was able to benefit from this, get their business cards, start the collaboration. That's what these meetings and these conventions are all about. So I want to thank you, everyone. Thank you.
so much. Thank you. That was fantastic. A round of applause for them as they leave the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so you survived. Give yourselves a round of applause for making it through 5 panels, keynote speeches, and me. Right? Thank you so much. So we have just about 3 more items on our agenda for today, but as they were speaking, one thing stood out to me. And so I wrote down a quote. No one should be left in the dark because of where they live or how much they earn. And that's actually a United Nations SDG 7 mandate. And I want to acknowledge Ms. Yolanda, who is actually spearheading a lot of capacity building out in Africa. I had the pleasure of speaking on leadership for one of the events that her team in Africa, in Douala, put together on leadership development in the workplace. So I just want to recognize her for the work that they're doing. And so we know that Ms. Natalie, CABEF, His Excellency Mr. Gabriel, the Mayor Pro Tem Martha of Houston have all done a phenomenal job as co-organizers putting this event together to empower us. But it's also, for me, a really, really inspiring event because unbeknownst to all of you, or to most of you seated in here today, the chairwoman of CABEF, you see her running up and down the stage, running all around doing this. Well, she has been going through a battle of her life. I don't know how many of you are aware, but she was diagnosed with breast cancer 7 months ago. And so she has undergone 16 rounds of chemotherapy just to be here. And so I saw her morning, night, 2 a.m., 4 a.m., with her team in Africa, working on this event. There were days when I snuck in and I said, you know you need to rest. And she said, no, someone has to do this. And if this is the last thing I do to eradicate energy poverty in Africa, then my life would have been worth living. And from one inspiring woman, one strong woman, to another who is even younger, I want to say, Natalie, I honor you for your hard work, for your dedication, for your passion. Because I think I'm a strong woman, but I 100% know that I would not have been able to pull this, fighting cancer and going through chemo. She was one of the closest things I saw concerning chemotherapy, being with someone going through that. 10 days when she could not speak. All she would do is nod her head and do this. So this right here, I know for a fact that God is going to bless, the universe is going to bless, because when you get a challenge and you can rise up to that moment and not give up, then the destiny helpers will show up. If not for her, the partnerships will happen in this room tonight. What we've done here, it will echo all over America as the videos go around. All over Africa, this video would echo, but not just because of her, because the energy of her soul and what she has done to give Africa a platform to eradicate energy poverty will speak for her. So I honor you, I encourage you, keep on fighting, and if you beat cancer, I know that CABEF and CAPS project and all that we have to do for Africa, especially for the women and the vulnerable children, will materialize. So thank you so much. And so now we're going to witness a memorandum of understanding between CABEF again and the Great Heart Global Association. You just heard from Mr. Jean-Paul Belichet, president and founder of Great Heart Global. So I'd like to bring him up to the stage again to sign an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with the chairwoman of CABEF. I don't know if you want anybody else, and GHG. You see in the room. Round of applause, please. Mr. Jean-Paul Belichet. You forgot your name? The panel fried your brain? You're like, wait. That's what happens when you sit with intelligent people. They distract you. I don't know. Okay, so the memorandum of understanding. So, Miss, that's it right there. So I'll also invite.
Yeah, it is an honor and a privilege for Great Heart Global to join forces with CABEF, Central African. So we want to formalize our partnership in signing this MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. So this MOU is just a starting point, but like Honorable Gabriel said, this is not going to be just starting, but it's going to finish the job. So we will go all the way to the end to bring renewable energy solution, particularly to people with less or no access to electricity in Central Africa and all over the Africa. So that is the goal. And I'm pretty sure with CABEF experience, we will have boots on the ground in Africa. I'm originally from Congo, just to let you know. And although I'm now 16 years in the US, but my heart beats Congo, Africa, every day. So to me, this is a give back. I like what Madi said here on stage. He said, we need to die empty, right? Is that what you say? So we need to die empty. That means give it all before you die. And to me, this is giving back to Africa. And I want to appreciate the opportunity. I want to be grateful to Natalie today, Natalie Loom, to this engagement, to this partnership. I'm so grateful. Just want to say thank you on behalf of Great Art Global to really let you know that this is meaningful and this is personal because we are touching our community, our upbringing. This is where we came from. This is where I was born and raised. So this is the motherland, and this is so meaningful to us, and I just want to highlight to you.
Thank you so much. We're not going to be too long. This is what we're doing, bringing partners to what we're doing in Africa, whether it be the CABS project or anything renewable, just to be able to fight energy poverty. So let's go ahead and sign this. Thank you.
Yeah, you can clap for that. Absolutely. Awesome. Thank you so much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, to close out this extraordinary event, we're going to have two final reflections. First, from the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Houston, and then from the Chairwoman of CABEF. And first from the Pro Tem, secondly from His Excellency, Mr. Gabriel Obiang Lima, and then to close out, the Chairwoman of CABEF, Ms. Natalie Loom. So could we have both of you come up, because Martha is going to need you. I think it'd be great to have you all. Yes, I think you should sit and do this. Yes. Doesn't Martha look gorgeous in her outfit, African? Nigeria. Okay, so if you want to sit down and do your remarks.
No, I don't want to sit. So I would like to make this presentation on behalf of the City of Houston. First, to Minister Gabriel for always showing up and being so gracious. When I went to Cameroon, you were just such an incredible host, and I really appreciated getting to know you and to be a part of this great work that you are doing. And so on behalf of Mayor Whitmire, the entire Houston City Council, and all of Houston, we want to present you with this token of our appreciation. And then, of course, to the chairwoman of CABEF, Natalie Loom, it is my honor to call you a friend now. We also have a gift on behalf of the entire city of Houston for you and all of your efforts, and we look forward to the victory that we will have together when we eradicate energy poverty together. Turn it this way, it says Houston that way. Sit. Yeah, it does it.
Thank you so much for your Honorable Martha for these beautiful words. As we're closing this event today, I want to first acknowledge not only my team, but the wonderful MC that we've had today, to the wonderful guests that have been here all day. I know it's OTC week. People have a lot to do, but you have chosen to be here with us. To His Excellency Minister Gabriel, who's always showing up. Even when he was still a minister, he never was leaving the room. He always sat down and listened to everybody because he thinks that everybody has something to say and everybody's opinion is valuable. So we want to clap for him for that because he's always been there for Africa. I also want to thank my sister, Honorable Martha, for understanding the vision of Africa, and her love for Africa is undeniable, because from the moment I said, I want to do this event, I wanted to do it in the River postdoc, she said, no, we're doing it at the GRB. So thank you, GRB, for hosting us here, and actually for free. Some part of it, let's say that. So it shows that the city of Houston is dedicated to help Africa reach that goal of eradicating energy for poverty. So we thank you for that and for the effort, sending about 100 invitations to all the delegations around Africa. Unfortunately, some of the guests that we wanted here were not able to make it. Visas issues and other issues, but we thank everybody that has been able to come from far and close to be here today. To my wonderful team, those that have been here for a very, very long time, with me, and my advisory board, Mrs. Elena Faber, for your undivided attention for everything that has to do with CABEF. You always are there. For Ada also, and some of the advisory team that are here, Mr. Eve Chinji. So what I want to close here with, I want us to go home with this. Africa needs friends. We want all of you to be our friends. We want to work with you. Please take this. Let this be not the last time for us to meet like this. Let's perpetuate this for the years to come. Let's have the next Africa Beyond Borders here in Houston in 2026. And by that time, we will have more investors, we will have more friends that love Africa. So with these words, I say thank you and goodbye.
Thank you so much. So, thank you everyone for joining us. We were trying so hard to be done with the panels and the keynote speeches and the award presentations before 4. So we give you a chance to take the last hour to network amongst yourselves. I know it was a power-packed day, but right now is your chance to network with each other, get to meet some new people, exchange business cards, and start those conversations. And I know that this is going to be a momentous event, and it's going to be heard in Africa. Thank you so much, and safe journeys back to your various destinations, especially for those of you who came from afar. Safe journey. God bless you, and see you at the next CABEF event.